Namaskar and a very pleasant morning. Warm greetings from DELNET Developing Library Network, New Delhi, India. Distinguished and esteemed DELNET officials, Shri K. Jayakumarji, President DELNET, Dr. S.S. Murthyji, Vice President DELNET, Dr. P.R. Goswamiji, Treasurer DELNET, the Governing Board and RSC members, the invited speakers of today's program, Dr. Dilara Begum, Associate Professor and Chairperson, Department of Information Studies and Librarian, East West University, Dhaka, Bangladesh, Dr. B.P. Chand, Librarian, Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, Dr. K.P.S. Singer, Senior Library Officer, CSIR, IMTech, Chandigarh, the galaxy of eminent librarians, library and information science professionals, heads of departments of library and information science, educationalists, academicians, writers, poets, institutional administrators, faculty members, IT computer science officials, researchers, scholars, esteemed friends of Dr. Kaul, students, the DELNET officials here at its head office at New Delhi and also at its coordination units at Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Pune, Mr. O.N. Safapure, Dr. Neela J. Deshpande, ladies and gentlemen, I, Sangeeta Kaul, on behalf of DELNET Developing Library Network, New Delhi, extends a warm, hearty welcome to all of you for joining us today from different parts of India and also from many other countries, including Bangladesh, Bhutan, Iceland, Nepal, Sri Lanka, UAE, and USA to today's program to mark and celebrate the Library Networking Day to commemorate the 81st birth anniversary of Dr. H.K. Kaul, the founder director DELNET, who through his visionary and missionary work gifted DELNET to the world of libraries to strengthen library networking and to promote resource sharing among 7,800 institutions, which is growing in coverage and scope with each passing day. Dr. H.K. Kaul could dare to dream big and could realize it with his unparalleled vision for serving humanity through the medium of libraries in the era of non-computing and turned DELNET from a Delhi-based library network, Delhi Library Network, functioning from a small, humble 10 by 10 cubicle from India International Center, his alma mater, to make DELNET as a self-reliant, self-sustainable, fully vibrant library network crossing the boundaries of India and to spread its wings in many other countries. On this occasion, I would like to quote the personal philosophy of the legendary Dr. Kaul, to quote, "My personal philosophy is to make humanity well informed by providing information and knowledge through print and electronic media and to remove barriers in the sharing of knowledge resources," unquote. We would like to commence the program by paying our humble, most respectful homage to the great Karmyogi and legendary, and to remember him through his own visionary words of wisdom.
What we notice today is that knowledge is still important. It's becoming more and more important. The countries that have access to knowledge, that have control over knowledge, are now the more powerful countries in the world. And therefore, we have to have access to knowledge. But the means of accessing knowledge have changed. From the print, they are slowly going into the digital form, and information is becoming available in the digital form. But at the same time, it was manageable to handle books in the 20th century, but today, knowledge is doubling. Information is almost doubling every few months, 6 months, 1 year, estimates are there, and it is very difficult for the individual to get the best information from the internet or from web resources or from digital resources. So therefore, there is a great responsibility on librarians today, more than it was 100 years back. Today, the message of Sir Gaikwad is becoming much more important, and we are really going to take his blessings in seeing that people have access to information. We in DELNET, we have more than 4,000 libraries in the network throughout the country and outside India in 7 countries. E-content market and identify the new technologies and business models that are convenient, best, and affordable to them. We have a major issue facing libraries in the area of archiving of e-content, as the libraries are not able to archive useful content due to technological, manpower, financial, and copyright barriers that exist in different ways in different types of libraries. I feel that the Government of India and the state governments that spend billions of rupees on acquiring content should discuss with the publishers and aggregators of e-content and see how useful content gets archived in some centers in the country. The rapid growth of e-content has led to the fastest changes taking place in ICT and vice versa. Library professionals have to be conversant with such changes. Their interest in the social media will have to grow, and they should be able to use technologies that help in accessing all types of content. E-content is of special interest as it is basically collected or archived from every library user who may use the library today or in future. But we notice that in many libraries, the footfalls of users are falling in number. To attract such users back to libraries and to attract every person who should be interested in information, libraries need to become special places by organizing special programs, by offering special services and content, and by using special management techniques. DELNET is prepared to give a helping hand to every library user and official in order to bridge the gap which is growing between libraries and their users. It's the job of library professionals, as students and researchers can't do this job on their own. Library professionals need to be highly trained, motivated to undertake this job. There is a need for providing personalized services to every type of student, teacher, and service. The library professionals should be knowing exactly what are the needs of the users. They should make surveys, whether they are in the public libraries or they are in the academic libraries. So there's a need to provide personalized service. It's like a doctor providing services to a patient. Therefore, we have, as library professionals, an important job to do. There's also a greater need to bridge the digital divide that exists today between the resources available in libraries in the Northeast and in libraries in other parts of the country. DELNET is in a position to bridge this gap to a greater extent through millions of informational resources if the donor ministry and state governments so desire. 19 years, we have not increased the annual membership fee. It is just the same what we had started in 1999. The reason being we want more and more libraries to benefit, get modernized, and serve the users, serve the students, teachers, and scholars so that they move ahead. Resource sharing is the main objective with which DELNET was established. We started working on it in 1988. It took us nearly up to 1992 to register it as a society, and our interlibrary loan service is the best in South Asia, and a lot of work is being done. We are indeed grateful to the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who in his message to NATO in 2017 has reiterated that the libraries need to get modernized and they have to provide quality information to our users, students, teachers in the country, and this is one of the important tasks that he has mentioned. What we at DELNET, we are dedicated. We have more than the library movement will spread. We take the blessings of Sir Gaikwad and we move forward and hope that this conference, this national convention will give us more strength to do better things in this field. Thank you.
Dr. H.K. Kaul was a renowned library and information specialist, author, poet, bibliographer, and institution builder who displayed in his personality the wisdom of a knowledge expert. 52 years experience as a library specialist, the creativity of a poet, and a man with a vision who had established two organizations, DELNET, Developing Library Network, way back in 1992, and the Poetry Society India in 1984. Dr. Kaul was the chairman of several committees of the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, Ministry of Culture, and DRDO. He was a member, National Mission on Libraries, Ministry of Culture, Government of India 2012, and chairperson of its working group on National Virtual Library Modernization of Networking of Libraries in 2012. He was a member of working group on libraries of the National Knowledge Commission, Indian National Commission for UNESCO, and a member of major national committees such as High Powered Committee on the Government Libraries, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, Advisory Board, National Library, Calcutta, member Board of Management, National Library, Raja Ram Mohan Rai Library Foundation, Calcutta, Delhi Library Board, Committee to review the functioning of the Asiatic Society set up by the Ministry of Tourism and Culture, Government of India, National Selection Committee, Fulbright Professional Fellowship in Information Science and Technology, Scientific Advisory Committee, Ministry for Environment and Forest, Government of India, Working Group on Libraries and Informatics, and Convener, Subgroup on Modernization, Manpower Development, Informatics and Finance, 9th Five-Year Plan, 1997-2012, Planning Commission, Government of India, besides many other important assignments. Dr. Kaul's first book came out in 1972, and since then he had authored and edited 60 books besides research papers and over 100 articles in the field of library networking, bibliographical studies, history, poetry, and publishing. He examined in the 1970s thousands of rare books on India and produced Travelers India and Historic Delhi, both titles published by Oxford University Press. His book, Early Writings on India, published in 1975, was republished in 2017 by Routledge, London. Dr. Kaul was also a founder, Secretary General, and President of Poetry Society India. He was editor of the Journal of the Poetry Society and has been the project director of many literary projects and course director of literary workshops. He had authored and edited 60 books, including 15 volumes of poetry on the waves in deep seas, Firdaus in Flames, Poetry of the Raj, Poetry of the Young, Islands of Grace, and also Encounters with People. It is a profound privilege now for me to request the President of DELNET, Shri K. Jayakumarji, to kindly pay tributes to Dr. H.K. Kaul, to whom he has been knowing both through the world of libraries and also as a poet. It's a profound privilege for me now, sir, to request you to kindly pay your humble homage. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Sangeeta, and thank you very much, Dr. Sengar and Dr. Chand, invited speakers, and the other professionals watching this program. It is one of the rarest and intense moments to be participating in a program celebrating the Library Networking Day and recalling the contribution of Dr. H.K. Kaul, whose birth anniversary is on the same day. And it is with great conviction that this day is being celebrated as the Library Networking Day. As the president of DELNET, and more so as a friend of Dr. Kaul, I feel overwhelmed to be part of this program. Overwhelmed in the sense, I have seen, although I have assumed charge as the president only a few years ago, but I have seen DELNET in the initial stages when it was, as Sangeeta said, a small entity in a larger organization like IIC. From there, I could see how, not an organization, but how a dream grows, how a dream tree grows, if I may say so. It grows, it gets branches, it gets flowers, it gets fruits, and it becomes a very impressive tree which cannot be ignored. And today at DELNET, if we at the DELNET are very confident and quite proud of what we have inherited. The whole the value of it all goes to one mind, and that is Dr. Kaul. Seldom do we come across such people who combine in them a great sense of conviction, a vision, a commitment, and very quiet confidence and dynamism. I should say very quiet confidence and dynamism. We will have people with conviction, we will meet people with visions. But some people leave their visions halfway, saying that impossible, too much. The obstacles are too much, and I'm just throwing in the towel. There are many entrepreneurs who have done like that. Some people go still forward only to meet with dead ends, and they withdraw. There are half-baked dreams today than full-baked and fully developed dreams, realized dreams. There are more dreams that have been aborted rather than dreams that have been realized. It is only a few people who are endowed with this gift of translating ideas into reality and dreams into outcomes. Dr. Kaul was one among them. I would say that apart from his conviction and commitment, there was always, I would say, a divine grace that always interfered in his matters. Why I say this is because when I was the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, that was from 2002 onwards, up to 2007, that was the time I met Dr. Kaul. Then DELNET had come into being, but still struggling. I have come across moments when he had encountered roadblocks on his way. DELNET did not know how to go about, but there was a quiet determination in him. I should say quiet determination, not a sort of flamboyant determination, but a quiet determination which comes out of deep faith in himself and probably in the powers that be in Almighty. A quiet confidence that comes out of him. I think that was his inspiration, and that was the quiet fortitude of his willpower. His willpower would appear as a very velvety kind of entity, but inside that velvet there was very strong determination. If not determination, a kind of conviction, a kind of belief that yes, I will be able to overcome, or rather some forces will get me out of this. And there have been several occasions where with this quiet confidence, benevolently he has come out of it. It's a great benevolence of this world, of this universe, which has always helped him. And without that benevolence, I'm sure DELNET would not have acquired the stature that it has acquired today. What we are doing in DELNET and what technology is doing to the education sector today is what was not dreamt a few decades ago. In the speeches that we hear from Dr. Kaul, he knew that yes, there's a transformative technology out there, and the earlier we capture it and utilize it and go on to the networking mode of libraries, the better for the country. It was not for him, but it was for the country, it was for the universities, it was for the learners, for the teachers. And I think that vision was extraordinary. If we visualize ourselves in his shoes in late 1990s, when the disturbance of a new idea was bothering him. That is how it happened. The disturbance of a new idea would begin to bother you till you are able to realize it. And in those formative years, I am sure the world was not talking in these idioms, in these words. The idea of a networking and the importance of networking was not so convincing in those days, I should say. But he had the conviction how the world is going to be in 2010, in 2015, in 2020. I think it is that vision and the conviction behind the vision and the great faith in the ultimate benevolence of this world that designed his great source of inspiration. That was his inspiration. His inspiration was qualitatively different from many other inspiration that we talk about in leadership circles, in management jargon. That inspiration is different. He had that inspiration, but he had inspiration plus because it came out of his great faith. And that faith is reflected in the fact that he was also a poet. I think the personality of Dr. Kaul is a combination of being a poet as well as a dreamer, as well as a professional. I think without the poet, he would not have had the courage to dream such dreams with such audacity. Like Barack Obama would say, it is audacious dreams. He had an audacity of dreams that came to him by the fact that he was a poet. He was a poet rooted in history. He was a poet looking into the future, but with inspiration from the past and his history. It is this kind of rare combination of poetic sensibility and forward-looking vision and great conviction and a great love for humanity. That is it. Poets cannot but be otherwise. Great love for humanity and a great faith how the future has to be and what is my role in designing that future and in improving that future. I think he has hit the target. He had come across a wonderful idea, which is the need of the hour. So here we have DELNET, a good organization, a wonderful organization, which has inherited a great stream. Today, we in the DELNET have a great responsibility. All the lovers of DELNET, all our friends of DELNET have a great responsibility because we have inherited a legacy which we have to carry forward, which we have to sort of allow it to grow according to the demands of the time. And that is the inspiration that Dr. Kaul has given us. I'm sure this today, the various speakers will enlighten us, empower us, enrich us by their wonderful ideas as to how to make library networking even more relevant in the changing contours of technology and education. With these few words, I pay my humble homage to the great visionary that Dr. H.K. Kaul was, and I recall how fortunate we are to have known him with fair amount of intimacy. And I also pay homage to the great heart that he had, and which he expressed as a poet, which of course in the evening we are meeting for that. So my humble homage to Dr. Kaul, and I'm sure his spirit, wherever it is, would be looking at us with great benevolence and with great happiness that we understand what he meant. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for beautiful reflections, wonderful reminiscences of such a great association that you had with him, and which is beyond any expression, to mention. It is indeed an honor and pleasure that also to inform you all that this evening today, we are going to also have celebrating the life and works of Dr. Kaul as a poet, and Shri K. Jayakumarji, the president of the Poetry Society, would be gracing the occasion, and that would be from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock. Those of you who are interested to attend that session, well before we take a break at 1 o'clock, we are going to send across a link for registration, and you're most welcome to join us, wherein we are going to have a session this evening from 6 to 7, wherein our very distinguished poets are going to read, and also we will get a chance to hear Dr. Kaul through his own his own poems. And this program is from Voices from the Homeland. So please do join us this evening. I would also like to, I think some of you would definitely be knowing about it, that Dr. Kaul started his career as a yoga practitioner. So when we think about his vision, his unparalleled vision, extraordinary vision, that was also being possible because he started off way back in the year 1965. He started off his career as a yoga practitioner in Gwalior, and he has been the one who has been practicing, yoga, and he was very much keen enough to write a book, and that remained as one of the things as that till the last moment. He started working on that book, and he always used to say that thing that I do hope I'll get much time, to complete that task. But he just started off, and unfortunately, that remained. But yes, his works. Even on yoga way back in 1966, when he joined in the department of, in 1965, when he joined the department of library science in University of Rajasthan at Jaipur, his first article, something to do that he wrote after seeing the condition of the libraries there. He wrote an article which got published in Library Herald, and the name of the article was "Sick Librarian," and he felt quite disturbed, by seeing way back in 1965 the situation of the libraries and the librarians, and he wrote that article, and that was out of his because of his very strong background as a yoga practitioner, and he was able to envision DELNET, definitely because he was well ahead of the times, and he was able to envision that. And we have seen it, number of his visionary thoughts, whether we talk about the knowledge centers, what the world started talking about, or we talk about even the digital libraries, even we think about the consortia. He was a person way back in the year 1994-95, we had the consortia for rationalization of periodicals, which later on turned into a digital one, but he was the one who started off doing that. He was the one who had thought of coming out with the Union Catalog of Manuscripts in Delhi libraries way back in the year 1972. And that really helped him in conceptualizing about DELNET and creating, this entire network of libraries. So he has been, it was as being mentioned by our President Sir, that it was a more divine force which was there all the time with him, and he was blessed to have that divine force within him, and that really helped him. And he always used to mention that it was like as if I had been destined to do this, and the nature was preparing me. And he got into, if we look back, in 1972, early writings on India, that and even his books, including Historic Delhi, the other ones, early writings on India. Even after nearly 50 years, the book is still in print, and that speaks volumes of how popular those titles have been, and all being published by very, distinguished publishers. So he has been onto the things, and that really helped him in visualizing, conceptualizing, the library network of DELNET. It was just an idea that he had because he visited libraries in US and UK way back in the year 1989, 1988, 89, and he was greatly impressed the way the libraries were moving there, and that inspired him on his return. And 7th of January 1988, India International Center, wherein he served for nearly 43 years. So he thought of, he organized a panel discussion. It was very customary on part of ISC, a get together every year. So 7th of January 1988, he had organized a panel discussion, and that was library networking of libraries in Delhi. And that was the initiation, that was a starting point, and then he had no time to look back. And from where that has been the germination of this idea of setting up the library network in a city like Delhi. So this is now we would like to take you back, and this is one of a very nostalgic moment for us, that we have a video recording of Dr. J.A. Wajid, the former chief librarian of India International Center, who served from 1965 to 1973. We hold him in great respect, and it has been, we would like to, before we play this video, we would like to really we cannot thank enough Wajid sir, with whom we have been always someone, he is a very well-known author, a writer, also a translator. And he has been the chief librarian at India International Center when Dr. Kaul joined as a technical assistant way back in the year 1966. And he was the one who was on the interview board because he was serving as a librarian from 1965 to 1973. And he has also been the university librarian at Kashmir University 1973. If we look back, even the book of early writings on India, Dr. Kaul acknowledged Dr. J.A. Wajid, and with whom he had, worked on a number of projects. And so we would like to thank Dr. J. Wajid Sahab for really making it possible for us. And I would like to thank my 3 colleagues of mine who visited, Wajid Sahab's residence last week. And we have done this video recording. And that is a reminiscence, his remembrance of Dr. Kaul. I would like to thank my colleagues, Mr. Deepak, Mr. Kushal, and Mr. Dinesh for making it possible. And yes, we are indeed grateful to Wajid sir for sharing. This is something that we are going to treasure forever. And we indeed are much grateful to him for sharing his, this is seeing Dr. Kaul through the eyes of Wajid Sahab, and that's taking you back to 1966, and And we really look forward to playing of this video recording of.
When I was asked by Dr. Sangeeta to record some reminiscences of Dr. Kaul, I was in a quandary. Where to begin and what to say about a gentleman who was a colleague, a friend, and almost a brother to me for over 6 years. I have already recorded in my obituary of Dr. Kaul all my memories of Dr. Kaul, how I met him, and some other memories of working with him. I do not wish to repeat them. I shall therefore relate just one episode, perhaps not well known. This may apparently be not very significant at first sight, but it has left an indelible mark on me, and in a way has been a beacon for me for life. Let me recall the incident in some detail. In 1970, the International Council of Archive, through UNESCO, circulated a design for the compilation of bibliography stroke guide to the sources of history of India. We counted the circulated design on the ground that it restricted itself to only printed material and manuscript as sources of history, and did not consider non-printed, non-book material as sources such as numismatics, seals and epigraphs, paintings, sound recording, etc. After some initial misgiving, the UNESCO agreed that we should conduct a pilot survey. But the rub was they allowed us just 6 months to complete the survey. Our director was against was for rejecting the offer, on the ground that the time given was ridiculously inadequate. However, I and Dr. Kaul decided to take up the challenge, and we began work. The plan was to have fresh postgraduates in social sciences as trainees. We selected these trainees for lively attitude and devotion to work, not for their degrees or any technical knowledge. Every day, these trainees were sent to different chosen institutions with the pro forma without being long and elaborate were exhaustive enough to elicit the desired information. The trainees will go in the morning and return in the evening at 4:30 with the information they collected. Then the work will start for us, me and Dr. Kaul. We will with a fine brush to check the pro forma for the incomplete or inadequate information. Sometimes the pro forma required to recheck at the site, and either I or Dr. Kaul would go to the institution personally. This is how we work 6 days in a week. Dr. Kaul and mine day began and ended at 8:30 or 9:00 p.m. In our survey, true to our original design, we included as sources of history epigraphs and seals, numismatics, paintings, sound recording, and even artifacts. We not only covered the established and known government and semi-government institutions whose list ran into 6 type pages. But also such non-conventional sources as private archives like Koti Chunnamal. It has a story of its own, very interesting and dramatic. It took us 3 or 4 days to cultivate the scion of the Koti to allow us access to their private records, consisting of some 300 years old bahis, that is traditional Indian business record. After 4 days, when we were confident that we had achieved enough rapport with the concerned gentlemen, and when on the 5th day we went to see the promised record, we found the man had totally changed. And instead of connival attitude, there was this sort of hostility and coolness. It turned out, in the meanwhile, some ladies of the house had told the gentleman had gentleman, and their family told her that we had a plan. But when we had a plan to get the brothers divided and the gentleman's confidence established for our credentials. In retrospect, this may seem prosaic, but in actuality, it was different and very difficult indeed. At long last, when we ultimately got access to the desired record, a new problem arose. The bahis were in by Mundi, and no one except the old Munib could read it. Luckily, though retired long back, the Munib was alive, but not in a condition to walk. Therefore, we had to go to the Munibji's house and persuade him to accompany us to the Kuti. When we saw the record, we agreed it was all worth the trouble. These were traditional khatas, nearly 300 years old, kept in an attic, rather a dungeon. We did the 12 pages write-up on this. It is part of the report. On the way back, there was a humorous incident. There was an unseasonal shower which drenched Dr. Kaul and me. However, we were so thrilled with the success that instead of getting annoyed or feeling out of sorts, we laughed all the way back home. We had an unconventional way of working. Whenever we felt some ennui or tiredness among the staff was growing, we will have a 15 minutes tea break. During this break, it was a firm convention that there would not be any talk about the work. Jokes and anecdotes were all right. Having become refreshed after the break, we were back to our desk. When we were getting the report typed out, the Indo-Pak War, which led to the formation of Bangladesh, was declared, and we had to do the typing behind darkened glasses. In fact, when the war was declared, Mr. Kaul and I were as usual in the office. When I had to drop Dr. Kaul on my scooter at his house. I asked what was the program tomorrow. Dr. Kaul's nonchalant and prompt reply was, the work must go on. 2. Next morning at 8:30 a.m., as usual, Dr. Kaul greeted me in the office. Ultimately, the report was ready. We were able to keep the deadline and able to submit the report 10 days before the final date. It is a 2-volume report. It is a 2-volume report. Luckily, the rough copy bearing Dr. Kaul's correction has somehow survived. It is too bulky for me. The camera will help you to see. The report was well received by Charles Keck Committee, Chairman, International Council of Archives. One lesson that I learned from that day was, if one has sincere, single-minded devotion to a cause, any backed by a self-consuming madness like passion to a cause, anything is achievable, whatever the difficulty. In religious parlance, it is called being possessed. And in fact, in more simple terms, it is having a touch of sacred madness. It was the lesson which would have enabled Dr. Kaul to make DELNET from a non-entity existing on sufferance of the authorities in the India International Central Library to an institution with its own identity, whose operation is spread even beyond our national boundaries. This sincere, single-minded devotion, accompanied by enthusiasm and real passion, is, by the way, contagious. Anyone who had an opportunity to work Dr. Kaul cannot escape being touched by it. Excuse me, Dr. Sangeeta is a living example of it. She has also been touched by this madness, and I am glad she has taken over DELNET. I am sure that she will be able to keep the flame that Dr. Kaul had ignited burning. In fact, she will fuel it to burn brighter, and still brighter, so that the DELNET may blossom 100, nay 1,000-fold. Let us say amen to it. I thank Dr. Sangeeta, to provide me an audience to address this august gathering. I have also a duty to sincerely apologize to this august audience for patiently listening to a Syria effective speech and pronunciation of a 92-year-old senile, incoherent rambling, which would have been of no interest to anyone. Indeed, like the third person in the ancient mariner, you had hardly any choice but to listen. Thank you all.
Thank you so very much, Wadisa. These are the moments we are going to cherish, and this is something that you have gifted to us. You know, it's we are going to treasure it forever. This is going to be one of the most finest reminiscences that we have been able to get off for Dr. Kaul from someone, who was very, very close. Dr. Kaul used to tell me that, the kind of a very significant role that you had played in his very early professional career. And you have been the one with whom he used to work on various projects. And it's indeed, sir, we remain ever grateful to you for taking out, not only the time, but also making it possible for us to go back 50 years ago and 55 years ago, and to have these wonderful reminiscences of him. We remain ever grateful to you, sir. Sir, this is how we always have been. I remember the times when Khalsa was there, and Wajid sir always, he's the one who refers number of references. He gives you most challenging references to locate, and we always, it's a proud privilege always to serve him. And I remember the times when Kaul sir used to be there, and he sometimes used to ask me with whom you were speaking to, Sangeeta, and then I used to say Vajid sir, and we always used to very fondly call him as boss. So I always used to tell him that I was speaking to my boss. So, and you have given Vajid sir, this entire clip of yours, that you have been able to give it to us. DELNET is going to treasure, the entire library fraternity also would like to, treasure these moments of listening to you. Thank you so very much indeed. We would now like to thank Shri K. Jayakumarji, our president. Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much for being there with us this morning. We would like to acknowledge the presence once again of each one of you, and it's a proud privilege and an immense pleasure in now welcoming Dr. Dilara Begum. Dr. Dilara, warm greetings from DELNET and from India. We are indeed very delighted, to have you today on this platform, and thank you so very much. Firstly, to accept our very kind invite. You are always very cordial, very supportive, and that we always greatly value. Thank you very much, Dr. Dilara, and we welcome you, to today's program, and warm greetings from each one of us from India, from DELNET, and many of our attendees who have joined us from various nooks and parts of the country. Thank you very much, Dr. Dilara. It's a profound privilege for me to welcome Dr. Dilara Begum, who is an Associate Professor and Chairperson, Department of Information Studies and Librarian at East West University in Dhaka at Bangladesh. Dr. Dilara is going to speak this morning on the libraries and the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, the growing role of LIS professionals. I have profound privilege once again in welcoming her and also in introducing Dr. Dilara to each one of our attendees over here. Dr. Dilara is an Associate Professor and Chairperson in the Department of Information Studies and Library Management and Librarian in Charge at East West University, Dhaka. She has completed her PhD from Punjab University, Patiala, and was a former fellow of IFLA ALP, Victoria University of Wellington in New Zealand. Dr. Dilara has more than 20 years of experience in research, teaching, and information management. Her research interest includes information management, digital library, information literacy, open access. She has been elected as Professional Division Committee Chair and Asia-Oceania Regional Division Committee member of International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions for 2021-23. And we heartily congratulate you, for this great accomplishment. She has acted as elected Secretary of Information Literacy Section of IFLA. Besides this, Dr. Dilara has served in numerous significant and diversified roles, including General Secretary, DELNET, Country Coordinator of Information Literacy Consortium sponsored by UNESCO, Standing Committee member of ECIL in 2013 to till date, elected Senior Vice President and Women's Affairs Secretary of Library Association of Bangladesh from 2009 to 2014. Dr. Dilara was also the President of Library Associations of Bangladesh in 2011. She has more than 50 national and international publications to her credit. Dr. Dilara has organized various international conferences as a conference chair and is considered one of the most pioneers of digital library building in Bangladesh, as well as an international expert on the mentioned field. She has been awarded with the prestigious award Professor Indira Parekh 50 Women in Education Leaders on 5th of July 2018 in Mumbai at the World Education Congress, recognizing her contribution in education. And above all, she is a great professional colleague who has always been a very, very supportive of DELNET, and which we truly greatly acknowledge, and we remain ever grateful to you, Dr. Dilara, for always helping us and always being so very gracious in accepting our invites. It's a profound privilege now in welcoming Dr. Dilara Begum, and who will be speaking on the topic of the libraries and the SDG, the growing role of LIS professionals. May we request you? Yes. It's over to you, Dr. Dilara.
Yeah, thank you, Sangeeta. Do you hear me? Is clearly?
Yes, very much, yeah.
Okay, so before starting my presentation, please allow me to share my PPT. How can I share my PPT?
You can open it. We are able to see your screen. It's yes, you can just open the PPT file.
Yes, it is open.
Yes. Yeah, let it get opened.
Yeah.
Yes, and in the screen mode, you can play it. Yeah. Control F5 also you can do, or you can play it in the slide mode.
Yeah, it's working, right?
No, not yet, not yet. It's still, otherwise with Control F5 you can do, or otherwise just you can go to, yes, perfectly fine. Perfectly fine, Dr. Nidha. It's perfect, yes. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Shongita. Special thanks to Dr. Shongita and DELNET team for inviting me to talk in this very special event celebrating the Library Networking Day, on the occasion of 81st birthday of the Dr. H.K. Kaul. My presentation title is The Libraries and Sustainable Development Goals, Growing Roles of LIS Professionals. Before starting my presentation, I recall the great memories with Dr. Kaul. It's very hard to turn the pages, but someone won't be in the next chapter, but the story must go on. And he will with us with his good work, dedications to our professions, and of course, these are all treasures for us. So thank you very much, and it's very grateful to everyone, especially the team, to inviting me this over here. So greetings from Bangladesh. Basically, I will talk about the libraries and sustainable development goals, which is very much very burning issue nowadays. And I'll talk about the role of LIS professionals in this, sustainable development goals, how we can do it. And I also talk about the 21st centuries of the skills which we need to practice. So these are very important things. So these are the outline of my presentation. When you think about the sustainable development goals, we have to know about what is sustainable development goals. Basically, sustainable development goals are, it's very innovative and very, urging things which we basically knows that introduced by UN Agenda 2030 agenda, and it was basically the report is we talk about sustainable development goal. The report is given by DELNET reports, which is produced by it's 1987 by the United Nations through the Oxford University Press. And it was mentioned that what is sustainable development? It was mentioned over there. Sustainable development is development that is meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And this common agenda is everyone, like every country, they would like to achieve their sustainable development goals. And this is not a, we cannot achieve this very quickly. It's very, a lot of things we have to consider. And it's very, I can say that it's very difficult to achieve this. So we can find very difficulties. And of course, so we have to think about individually in every institutions and the country, how we can achieve that, sustainable development goals. When you think about the sustainable development goals, as I mentioned, that is in Agenda 2030. And in this universal call, we can say it's a universal call. And it was actually very much, important because we all are fighting towards the poverty and equality, and these are important things, and the tracking that climate change is also very important. So, and the main thing is the sustainable development goals is we talk about no one is left behind. So through this motto, basically we work together, and of course, being a LIS professionals, we can do a lot, because we are the people, we can play a vital role to attain sustainable development goals. There are basically 17 sustainable development goals, 169 targets, and 232 indicators. As we know, it's indicated in, this is done by the agenda, UN agenda. And as I mentioned, that is very difficult to achieve all the goals together. And of course, it should be including the poverty elevations, ensure quality educations, economic and social development, environmental protections, peace, and good governance. So these should be addressed or achieved by 2030. The libraries and access are the key, can say that the access is, libraries and access to information is the key achieving of the United Nations 2030 agenda for SDGs. Because library, we are the people, we can give the information for the right people at the right time. So we can do a lot of things because we are the information provider, we are the information scientists, we are the, information specialist. So IFLA, in that case, I would like to mention that International Federation of Library Association Institutions, they are really working hard to help the stakeholders and the government to achieve SDGs. IFLA is one of the leading international body, especially in our sector. So they actually representing the allies professionals globally. And being a active member of IFLA and the chair of the division C, actually we work closely with the IFLA head coaches and the IFLA members to help the stakeholders and the country to involve, how we can involve with the government policy makers and other stakeholders. Of course, IFLA is working with members, but of course they are trying their level best to include the library associations. And I think now we have almost 150 countries we are working together and trying to support to achieve SDGs in their country, in their respective countries, and how to provide more innovative library services for everyone. When you think about the library supports for all SDGs, because when you talk about we would like to help to achieve the SDGs. So in a sense, we can say the libraries or allies professionals can closely involve with, to achieve of all SDGs goals. We cannot say only one goal we can help, but we can say that all the goals in 17 goals, we are the people we can help the stakeholders to achieve that goals. How we can help them? Because we are the people, we can promote the universal, we can say the literacy, including that is media literacy, information literacy, financial literacy, or all the literacy is included under the literacy. So, and we are the dedicated people with the right people to provide this in that promoting universal literacy for all the people. We're the people, we can closing the gaps in access to information and helping the government, all the civil society and the business to understand local information needs better, because we know the local information needs, because every locality they have different kind of needs, and we are working to them very closely. So we are the right people. We also help them to advancing the digital inclusions through the ICT, especially to access to the ICT, because we are all know that we are surrounded by the information, and we are providing the information nowadays to the digital platform. So we can help them to access that resources through the ICT. Of course, serving the heart of any research institute, we are the people, we are helping the academic community, and we, of course, the resource center is the heart of any institutions. Preserving and providing access to the world culture and heritage is also part of our responsibility. So these are the things that are very closely related with SDGs. This, you can see the library map of the world. This is very good in a website, or this initiative is taken by the IFLA. IFLA is working very hard. If you go to this website, you can find what they called it library map of the world. This is very innovative service, or they are providing all the information, global information, you can find it from there. In that library map of the world, you can get information regarding the data, the source of the every country levels library statistics that is covering the all types of libraries. You can find the country profiles, like the source of information about the library environment, organization, institutions, education, and event, what are the events they are doing in each country. And SDG story they have included also over there. SDG stories means some of the librarians or the libraries, they are working many activities which is related to SDGs. So through that stories, maybe other people can be inspired to help them to to let them know that the government people will let them know that we're the people, we can help them. These are the stories are over there. So I think many of us, we are working a lot, but sometimes we are not giving this stories to our right people. So the government is not knowing that how the LIS people can help for them to achieve SDGs. You can see one of the pictures is taken is I think 2 months back only. It's strong and sustainable libraries and societies. That was the workshop organized by the IFLA. They invited 50 librarians from their members country. Of course, they invited some of the library associations peoples. That is actually and the IFLA regional workshop in Asia Oceania. And in that workshop, basically they have tried to say that we are the people and how we can help the government to achieve the SDGs. I think this is a very good initiative by the IFLA, and IFLA is basically not only involved with the members, they also work very closely with the library association of each country. This is not only this. After that workshop, we had a seminar with the stakeholders, the UN Escape in Bangkok. It's held in Bangkok, Thailand, and IFLA organized this seminar for information for development. They called the seminar on information development. Mobilizing the libraries and support of the goals of the United Nations, especially in Asia and Oceania. That was actually you can see that this is the office of the UN Escape. And UN Escape is, they listen to us and what we have explained some of the SDG stories, and they are very much, they appreciated our activities. They are very much eager to work with us. So we need the advocacy. Advocacy is very important because being information professionals, we have to let them know, see, we are the people, we can do a lot of things. So we are the right people to help you to achieve SDGs. This is actually another webinar that is organized by the IFLA Asia Oceania sections. And this is it's last month we had a webinar, and the IFLA Indian Library Associations and South Asian libraries and UN Sustainable Development Goals. All the South Asian countries are involved in this webinar, and every speaker from every country, they speak about their activities, like what they are doing in their own country, what are the things they have did or what they're planning for future. So in that case, it's like it's a very good knowledge sharing sessions. Through that, we can know about the other country, what they are doing. And India is library association is also involved with them, and they have explained a lot of activities what they are doing in their country also. So some of the speakers from Bangladesh, Nepal, some other countries also. So these are very good initiatives. This is also taken by the IFLA. LIS professionals contributions to the SDGs and some of the responsibility we can do it. That means we are the people, we can help to the research because we can give the information to access to research, information data. We are the people, we can help the public access to ICT support, and the skills and resource to the help to the populations to achieve universal literacy. So that's why these are the highlights of, I think this is from my personal opinion, these are the highlights of the responsibilities. But of the many, we have many responsibilities, but for me, these are very special. So LIS professionals, of course, being LIS professional, I feel proud being a part of this community. And LIS professionals actually act as a change agent. They actually work hard for their development of their society. Not only acting as a change agent, they are also acting as a facilitator, educator, and advocate and consultant. So we are the people, we can help the LIS professionals can work as a change agent to create new ideas, build relationships, and deliver a sustainable or sustained community engagement. Here, I would like to mention the IFLA former president, the Donas Sitkar. She was, it was told, she was mentioned. I like this her statement. She is not with us, but her statement is with us. Remain will forever. She has mentioned there is no truly sustainable development without the access to information, and no meaningful and inclusive access to information without libraries. So this is very strong statement she is given. She also warned that without strong government support of the libraries, the digital divide could turn into information knowledge divide. I usually, I appreciate her comments. I think it's truly she has mentioned the right things. Here, I would like to give you some of the stories, which is global stories, which is you can find it in the library map of the world, which is introduced by the IFLA. I will talk about a little bit over here because these are very inspiring initiatives taken by the library, and from this initiative we can see how we can involve with this initiative, how we can do better. And sometimes we are working, but we don't know our what we are doing, which is very much helpful for the country for achieving SDGs. If you have your own story, you can put it over there, so everybody can see your stories, being a library and being an information specialist, what you're doing in your country, in your organizations. So these are one of the examples I have taken from IFLA website. This IFLA, the map of the world, the SDG stories. It's called Bibliocida. This program is actually ensures the access to the sexual health care information and education in Cuba. Bibliocida, this is an information service that is created by the Cuba National Medical Library, and that has ensured the access to comprehensive sexual and reproductive health information for young Cubans. This program is support to the Cuban government fights against especially the AIDS and creating young people to create awareness and adolescents throughout the community via the library system. So the people are benefiting and getting the information how they can maintain a good health, especially ensure the information which is important for maintaining a good sexual health, and to educate the young people to how to address this kind of health issue. Another initiative which is taken by another South Africa is very innovative idea. They are working, and which is related to, you can see the SDGs 1, 2, 8, 9, and 17 goals. Library gives the rural farmers access to the ICT skills and support to grow their business. So they have taken initiative to access to information which is related to how to grow their own business. And you can see the 5 goals which is relevant to the SDGs. And this is basically a small rural farming community situated in the Free State of Province, South Africa. People rely mostly on the commercial farming to survive. With the help of the support of their local library, farmers are able to increase their production and gain the economic benefits. So see, the library is helping the farmers to gain their economic benefits. This is another story which is I have taken, which is related to the goal number 4, 9, and 17. And this is an example from Kenya. In 2016, Kenya National Library Service of Library launched a Math Whiz program for an invention to help improve the children's ability in mathematics. Math Whiz is an online database that is basically preloaded with the Kenyan primary mathematics curriculum. This is especially for the 5 to 13 years children, and that is approved by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. And this online mathematics tool, this online mathematics database actually helps the teachers to engage the students and try to help them to improve their mathematical skills. And they are using some of the very interactive, engaging way. The teachers are doing some of the activities, and they are doing some fun activities using some animations and Excel worksheet from different form of normal classroom setup. So people will be inspired, especially 5 to 13 years kids, and they are getting benefits from the library. So this is basically, I can say this is related to goal number 5, that is gender equity. The National Library of Uganda, they provide ICT training to female farmers to access the weather forecast, crop price, and set the online markets to their local languages. To address the goal number 5, this is gender equity. Some public libraries in Bosnia organizes the gender-related activities support to the girls and the women. So women and girls are there getting benefits from the library. This is goal number 15, life on land. This is another example. This is actually biodiversity, related to biodiversity. And scientists are using this data. This database is available in the library, United States Library. And scientists are using this data to identify the new species, map populations, ecosystem development, and inform future climate change models. So these are very much helpful for the scientists. So this is also important, which is related to goal number 15. Now I would like to talk about the Bangladesh, what we're doing in our country. So Bangladesh government is very much concerned about the inclusive and equitable educations, quality educations at all level, especially adult literacy and lifelong learning. They have given the emphasis on lifelong learning, and the Bangladesh government is also very much interested to their slogan is motto is to make the Bangladesh digital. So when you think about the make the Bangladesh digital and to achieve the SDGs, so these are closely related, and Bangladesh government is trying their level best to achieve the SDGs as well, make the Bangladesh digital. You can see one of the screenshot I have put it over there. This is basically, we call it Sustainable Development Index or dashboard. So this is a global assessment of the countries. Each country progress you can see it from this dashboard. This dashboard is basically country-wise, and you can see each goal, how the country is achieving the goals. Countries are ranked by their overall score, and overall score measures by the total progress of towards achieving all 17 SDGs. The score can be interpreted in a percentage of the SDGs achievement. The score is 100 indicates that all the achievement have been achieved. So if you go to, I think all the countries are over there, all the countries data is over there. So if you go to this, the screen, this website, so you can find all the data is over there. And this data is presented on the website of the base of the publication, which is basically it's a report. It's a report generated by the Cambridge University Press. Then adoption. The governments and other organizations, they have taken many initiatives for tracking the progress under the SDGs tracker. So the website you are seeing right now, this is basically country-wise tracker. That means the government had introduced one of the tracker. That tracker means the individual country, like only the Bangladesh, you can find only the country's data over there. The tracker means you can track your indicators, like in out of 17 trackers, out of 17 goals, which goals are you have to take more initiative to achieve that goals. So it's actually launched by the United Nations as well as the international development community, and that is actually developed under Millennium Development Goals previously. And these indicators that Bangladesh is well positioned in emerge the global throughout the leaders with in regards to achieving sustainable development goals as well. Then the new form is, the Bangladesh is not, this non-government organizations and other communities, they are actually working together to achieve the sustainable development goal. Government policy advocacy for diversified roles as the demonstrated that all demonstrates the commitment. Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics, Bangladesh Statistical and Information Division, in a partner, they are working together with the Prime Minister Office in Bangladesh, and Planning Commission is also over there, and they design and develop a SDG tracker through A2I. A2I is a very special wing of Prime Minister Office. They call it Aspire to Innovate, and this program is under ICT divisions of Bangladesh. They try to develop the technological development, which is very much helpful for monitoring and implementing the SDGs, like how we have to monitor in which part we need more improvement, and analyzing the data. They are doing the analyzing part and performance monitor of the achieving SDGs along with other national development goals. So in a sense, it's a very good initiative. It's working hard for Bangladesh government towards achieving goals. So many initiatives basically the government is taking, but now I would like to talk about LIS professionals, like being LIS professionals, what we are doing in Bangladesh, and how we can involve with these activities with the government people. This is one of the awareness collaboration networking sector we are working. This is, you can see, the one of the conference we started to organize from 2019. The second one is organized during COVID-19 situations, and we are going to arrange the next one in next year. Basically, this is collaboration and networking work with the Bangladesh government people, or you can say government officials, because the government officials, they are the policymakers, so they have to know our activities, they have to know what we're doing from our end. So if you do this collaboration work or collaborations between the government people, and if they know what we are doing, so it will be good, it will create a good networking, and through that networking we can do a lot of works. So this initiative is taken by the East University, and it's successfully we are organizing this kind of awareness creating, the seminars, programs, collaboration and networking. And this is another examples from another institutions. The institution name is BELS. BELS means Bangladesh Institute for Information Literacy and Sustainable Development. They are very eager to work on this, and they are working. They are very good, things they are doing in the government sector. You can see in the picture that from BELS, we organized one of the workshop that is on youth information literacy 2020, and after that we are doing we are continuing to organize this kind of workshop with the government people. Not only government people in Dhaka base, we are also thinking about the rural people, those who are outside of the Dhaka, and we create a partnership with BELS and the East West University. Because we are closely related. They are working with the information literacy or sustainable development, and we are the people who are also working towards this goal. This is another webinar we organized during this Media Literacy Week. This is organized by the UNESCO, and we organized the webinar that is on role of civil society organized nurturing the trust through media information literacy. This is organized by the BELS, Bangladesh Institute for Information Literacy and Sustainable Development. The activities of United Nations Information Center Dhaka on information literacy. Not only the East West universities, many organizations in Bangladesh, many libraries, they are trying their level best to work on it, to help the other people to achieve SDGs and to develop themselves also. So this initiative is taken by the United Nations Information Center, which is based in Dhaka. And you can see in the screenshot, they organize different training program and the seminar and the workshop, which is very much needed for achieving the SDGs. And they also work with collaboration with some other libraries and other institutions to help them to develop their network. So I have talked a lot. What is sustainability? Then I talk about the IFLA, what they're doing, the good initiatives taken by the IFLA, and what will be our role, and being a information specialist, what we can do. And I have shared some of the stories which are very much you can say inspiring to for us to do this kind of activities in our library. And as I mentioned, many people, many libraries, many countries, they are doing very good work which is related to sustainable development goals, but we are not sharing that information to other people. So SDG stories are the best platform from where you can share your stories. Then everyone can know, yes, we are the people over here, we can help to achieve the SDGs. So we're the right people. But I think being information specialist, what is our inside role, like what we can do better to help them. So I think practicing 21st century skills is very much important for LIS professionals. I will talk about some of the skills, but here I would like to mention that basically I can say that there is, it's stated by the one of the author. He has mentioned that there is no single set of 21st century skills, and hundreds have been suggested. That means we cannot say these skills are fixed for developing yourself. So it can be added, it can be changed. Some of the skills I put it over there, which is very much needed for our day-to-day life. That is means life skills, work skills, applied skills, interpersonal skills. So these are the very important, like life skills means adaptability, flexibility, agility, work force skills means collaborations, taking the initiatives, applied skills mean accessing the informations, communicate with other people, and how to solve the problems. Interpersonal skills, cooperation between your team, and how to help the people with each other. So being an information specialist, if we practice this 21st century skills, then we'll be more skillful. Of course, we have a skill, but we need to nurture it. We need to develop every day. We have to cope with the latest informations and cope with the latest technology. So if you work on this, and not only technology, life skills also are important, workforce skills is also important, applied skills is important, interpersonal skills is also important. So if we cope with these skills and develop ourselves, not only within the institutions, maybe in the country or in through the library association, so we'll be benefited. So in that case, we have to develop ourselves, and we have to tell everyone that we're the right people, and we can do a lot of things because we are we are the change maker for the society. We can do a lot of things because we're a knowledge worker, we're the knowledge professionals, we're the knowledge manager, we're the information specialist, we're the librarian, and we can do a lot of things. We have this the capabilities. So that's why IFLA work very hard to achieving SDGs goals. But being information professionals, being a librarian, what we are doing in our country, in our organizations. So we have to, what we are doing, we have to let everyone know. See, we are the people. See, these are the good things we are doing. And of course, we can achieve the SDGs by 2030, and people will recognize us. See, these are the big, group which are very important to achieve the SDGs. So anyway, I try my level best to let them know about details of this SDGs, and hopefully there are many stories which we don't know, but if you put your stories in the SDG stories in the global library map of the world, then people will share that knowledge to other people. They will be benefited. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Special thanks to Dr. Shangita. She's very nice all the time. She's very helpful, and I feel very happy that I have a good connection with the DELNET, and will remain, this connection will remain same in the future, hopefully. These are the references I have taken for my slides. Thank you very much. If you have any questions regarding my presentation, I'll be happy to answer your queries. Thank you very much. Thank you again.
Thank you so very much, Dilara, for a very splendid talk and an extraordinary talk, an outstanding talk, truly sensitizing everyone how the libraries, we library and information science professionals should play a very proactive role in ensuring that we are contributing to the UN SDG goals. It's wonderful to hear these success stories coming from all across the globe, and you have also informed us about the CIFLA's library map of the world, wherein these all inspiring stories are being there. And I think each one of us over here and across library professionals should come together and share those their success stories. Thank you so much also for letting us know about how Bangladesh, the kind of development which is happening, and how as a library professionals, the contributions are being made. And I think there are many takeaways from the session, and each one of us are truly feeling really inspired enough to contribute in some ways. You have deliberated right from the very beginning, on all these UN SDG goals, and how libraries and library professionals largely has to now think about developing these community-centric services. We are lacking, we generally feel that it's the public libraries who have to do, but at the same time, in whatever, kind of libraries we are in, we should always see to it that we are in a position to contribute to our immediate society around, to the communities around, and we should always keep ourselves, open for that and to contribute. We really look forward, Dr. Dilara, to have many more collaborative programs, between DELNET, East West University, and also to bring, our professionals of both the countries more closer in having many more activities, some very specialized programs. It would be really a pleasure. You have always been very, very supportive, and we can't really thank you enough for that. And it's always such a wonderful bonding that we have been sharing for past nearly 2 decades now, and we really look forward to further strengthen it. And to see to it that in the days to come, to organize some very specialized programs, and it would really be, we will be very, very happy to see to it that we are able to further take it to the next level, of bringing the libraries together of both the countries, and as professional colleagues, to see that we are able to help each other in more meaningful and better ways. Thank you so much, Dilara. It's always such a wonderful pleasure to interact, whether in person or online, and you are always very graceful. I always greatly value that. You are just a phone call away, you are just an email away, and that makes you so very special. I always count on your support, and you always is the one to whom I hold always in great appreciation. And thank you so much, and the wonderful contributions that you are doing, not only just simply in Bangladesh, but at a global level. That's really commendable, Dilara. I greatly value that, and you are really making the professionals aware about, and you're always very kind and gracious in sharing your expertise and the vast knowledge that you have. And it has been very wonderful to hear about SDG, and you have very pinpointedly also, made it clear this how we as a professional has to become now these, the change agent in this entire process. So we should not just think about the ways what we have been thinking about, that as a library professional, we have to move out of our, confines of the libraries. We have to, it's a people's library. It's a library for the society. And then we have to really, get ourselves now, it's more like an evolutionary, approach. We need to have it in our libraries to think about, going beyond the libraries and to serve the society. So that should always remain as our concern. It's not that my users who are coming in, but the society at large too, that we should serve. Thank you so much, truly greatly appreciative, and much grateful and thankful to you for your presence with us, Dilara, this morning with us. You have really made this morning a more sparkling, more brighter with your illuminating talk. Thank you so much indeed. And this is from all of us, not only from DELNET, this is from 480 attendees which are there. Yes, it's coming your way. It's coming your way. And thank you so much indeed. Looking forward to welcoming you, to India, to DELNET. We really look forward. We really look forward to meeting in person, Dilara. It has been, I think, almost a decade when we met last, and we really look forward to having some collaborative programs, and it would really be wonderful to meet you yet again. And thank you so much. God bless you for all the great deeds that you're doing, Dilara.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. You are very nice. You are a very good person, very good friend of me, and keep in touch. I hope
Yeah,
to see you in
surely.
person.
Yeah, surely, definitely, Dilara. It's a pleasure. I believe, Dilara, we would be just taking your. I hope your schedule allows that. 15 minutes for quick question answer, we'll just try to have, because we would just like to make the best use of your ability here. So with your permission, making the floor open for all our attendees. And if you want to ask, let me also take this occasion and opportunity to convey our very sincere, warm thanks to all our colleagues, especially who have joined from Bangladesh. We were able to see that there have been registrations done, and it's so really wonderful. So it's a very, very special welcome and a very special thanks, and to each one of you from Bangladesh who have really made this program very special with your presence. And we really look forward in having more mutual, collaborative programs, and also to have you, to be there, in our future events of DELNET as well. And I think, Dilara, this is a recommendation that we should, think about holding, some collaborative programs between East West University and DELNET, and you being, the epicenter of activities. So, that would bring in the libraries closer of the two nations, and we would be really happy to, have some collaborative programs in the near future, right? Thank you so much. Keeping the floor open for questions. Anyone of our attendees, you want to ask any question, we can definitely. There was one question, I believe, I'm just checking it, whether let me just, Dr. Vinay Kanthula from NIMS University, Dr. Vinay Kanthula from NIMS University is NIT University Neem Rana. NIT University Neem Rana, Rajasthan is wanting to know, Dr. Dilara, aiming to run libraries in accordance with SDGs is a great idea, but I'm curious when the 5 laws of library and information science provides enough guidance to library professionals. Do you truly believe that to provide or discharge efficient library services, library professionals must either do or should go for SDGs? Dilara, your take on this.
Yeah, thank you for these questions. I think the being information professionals, we are, we have to provide the right information, access to information to everyone, and that is goal number 17, access to information. So we are closely involved with. So I truly believe that we are the right people to help to achieve these diseases. The goal number 3 is quality education. So we are the people who are providing the information for the research community, academic community. So people are getting the quality education through us. So we are the people who can help them to maintain the quality education. Gender and equity also as a part of our work. And many things, health and well-being, another SDG goals. So we are the people who can help them, the other people, to let them information literate, especially the health literacy skill. We can have them together. How can they can survive in these COVID-19 situations? So being a information professionals, we are the right people, because we know about the infodemic. We are surrounded by the infodemic, the massive amount of information. We don't know what to do, what not to do, but we can give them the right information, so people will know the accurate and right information. So this is also part of the SDGs. So that's why I'm saying I truly believe we are the right person with the right community to have the the government or the country to achieve SDGs. I think everything is related to Ranganathan's 5 laws also. Access to information. That time every reader should have the books. Every reader should have the internet access to access the resources. So I think so we are the people. So we have to think about the future trend. Because the COVID-19, everybody says that we suffered a lot. Of course, we suffered a lot, but we have forced to learn the technology, because without technology, we are useless. We cannot connect each other. So COVID-19 has actually taught us how to connect each other. We started the webinar. See, Shangita is not here, but still she is here with me virtually. So that's why we need to think about the future trends. We need to think about the future goals, and we have to prepare ourselves towards that goals. We respect to the Ranganathan's laws, and we have to think about the futures, the mission and vision of the countries, and how we can survive. Now, the sustainability is very important. If we don't think that we don't work more, then we will not survive. We have to know about the new technologies, and we have to learn it, and we have to implement it, and we have to think about the new trends to providing the information. Previously we used postal service, now we are using WhatsApp based service. So these are the things we are day by day with the information seeking behavior is changing, so we need to change ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dilara. Once again, have clearly, echoed that we as a professional needs to be a contributor also in towards the society, and to ensure that we are able to contribute towards the development as such. And when we talk about the UN SDG goals, the 17 different goals which are being set, it's not only providing an equitable and affordable and inclusive information, but also we have to see that how we can be a game changer in all those different 17 goals. So as being pointed out by Dr. Dilara, yes, we are adhering to, our laid down, the principles that we have always been knowing, but we have to go beyond them now and to think about serving the society. And UN is telling you that what are those different, sustainability goals that we should have in mind, because definitely libraries are the epicenter for bringing in the people, and we have to serve those people and keeping it ourselves more focused in how we can create a difference, in their lives. So message is clear enough that the libraries and we library and information science professionals have to really now gear up, in accepting new challenges and new roles. And definitely, the world is there with us, and it's a more collaborative world. And as you have also mentioned, Dr. Dilara, distinguished speaker, has told you about the success stories. Here is one question coming in, Dilara, and this is from Dr. Prasad M from Kumaraguru College of Technology. He just wants that how one can publish online, these SDG success stories. I believe Dr. Prasad may like to contribute something. So if you can just throw some light, because one or two more colleagues have also said, Meghna, Chandrate, and who are just wanting to know how the IFLA success stories, how they can really publish them.
Yeah.
Can anyone publish, or is it only for IFLA members, or how it works?
It's not for only IFLA members. Everyone can publish their SDG stories. This is the global initiatives taken by the IFLA. But anyone can, who is involved with the libraries or information professionals, they can publish their SDG stories. But before that, you have to submit the stories to the right person. I think this Despina, she is the right person. To Christina is also. If you need the whole email ID, then I'll send it to Sangeeta. Sangeeta can give it to you, and you have to submit your SDG stories to Christina. Christina will look into the stories, then she will upload. So she's the right person. So in that case, I think if you are doing this type of good work, you should publish it, because this is the global community. People can easily identify. People can know about what you are doing in your country. And online submission is very easy if you go to this website, your global library map of the world. So you have to submit it over there, but you will not see at a glance, because it will go to the Christina. Christina will then publish it. So online submission is over there. So you can submit your SDG stories from now.
I think Dilara, is it like Christina McKenzie, or
No. Christina, no. Christina McKenzie. Another one. Yeah.
Another one is it? Fine. I think they can always scan. So we request, you can send it, and then we can, we'd be happy to share, or otherwise they can just scan, go to the IFLA site, and then they would be able to also get. One quick question. Yes. So Dilara, one question coming from Dr. Rajesh Kumar Pandey from Lal Bahadur Shastri Sanskrit Vidyapeeth from Delhi, and he's wanting to ask you that, madam, how do you see efforts for achieving SDG goals towards ensuring equitable access to quality education and research in South Asian countries, and what measures are required to be taken to accomplish the goals by 2030, which is hardly yet another 8 years, we have with us. So towards ensuring equitable access to quality education and research in South Asian countries. So more bigger, the entire South Asian region, to cover. So, and where do we stand, right now for 2030, accomplishing it?
Yeah, this is our, being an information specialist or librarian, this is our main goal to provide the quality educations. And sometimes it's very difficult for us to provide, many information which is not openly available, the open access, we are subscribing a lot of the resources. These are very expensive. But due to this COVID-19 situations, actually, we are actually providing many information which is freely available, because many publishers, they have opened the platform and giving the information without subscription fees. And you can gather all the open access resources together and have your readers to get that resources without any fee. And when you think about the ensure the quality educations, basically we have to teach our staff. They have to know how to find out the information, and dedicated staff, and you have to literate them. And literacy is it's a lifelong learning, so you have to learn it every day, every time, every minute. And access to the information and the research information to the students, it's needed in everywhere. So we are providing the information which is very much helpful for the researcher. And so in that case, we are subscribing some of the databases. These are very much expensive, but still we're subscribing to ensure the equitable quality educations, because in our university we are ensuring that quality education is first. So we try to provide, like to the consortium, we are providing many databases, we are subscribing and giving that access to other people. So that's why I'm saying that we are that we are also sharing this space with free of cost to ensure the quality educations. They are coming to this space, the library, the research hub. This is the engagement center. So people are coming over there, so they are getting new knowledges and they're getting new skills. So through that activities, we are actually ensuring the quality educations and promote lifelong learning towards the SDGs goals.
Thank you very much, Dilara, for such a very elaborative, reply on this. We have Mr. Mahinder Kumar Sahu, and it seems he's from an academic library, and he has complimented you for a very wonderful deliberations. And now he's wanting to know that, in your view, what is a mantra for academic libraries in terms of sustainable development goals? Because as all of us knows, well laid down their own rules, regulations to whom you are going to cater. So how these academic libraries, you belong to one of the most sophisticated, university, and in Bangladesh, East West University. So how do we foresee the role of these academic libraries, and more so for our own library and information science professionals, how they can contribute, Dilara, because they are not as per their own, set regulations. They cannot do. If they approach their managements, if we, the library professionals, approaches our management, then they would say, no, it's not your take. You just concentrate on catering, and providing services to your own clientele. So how, in that scenario, when we talk about SDG and we talk about the library's roles in that, because public libraries definitely, is there. But when we talk about these academic libraries, or let's say we have R&D organizations, or you have different kind of libraries which are there, how can we integrate, and means it is like widening up your coverage and scope of providing. So what is the stand more largely for academic libraries he's concerned about, but that also is for non-public libraries basically. How would be the role that you envisage, is possible under, because they don't have that mandate of going beyond that. So how does this UN SDG goals can get, their relevance, and means the professionals can have a free hand in doing something, what is your opinion about it, Dilara?
Okay, thank you very much. The academic library, their role is different. Public library, they have different role. But the main thing, we are providing the information. Maybe we are providing the information to our community only, for the academicians. Public libraries for everyone. But the main goal is providing the information. So in that case, I have given one of the examples which is mentioned in my slides, the collaborations. Collaboration is very important. It's not mandatory that you being an academic librarian, I cannot do any collaborations. And one of the good examples, I'm doing, and I did a lot of collaboration with the government people. the stakeholders to organize this joint conference, joint seminar, workshop. So they are not saying that you are academic library. So we are the information professionals, LIS professionals. So of course my attention is only academic part, but of course we can do a lot of things being an academic librarian. And in that, collaborations with the government people, we actually benefited. In a sense, we get a platform to let them know what we are doing, being information professionals, not only academic librarians. Of course, the public library, they have a vast area. They can involve many people at a time. But it's not necessary that being an information, academic library, you cannot do it. And when you say access to ICT support, so that support is basically helpful for everyone. We are not only providing this support only for this special group. We are, invite many other people in the conference, even in a workshop, in some other libraries like academic libraries, public libraries, special libraries. They are coming over here. We are working together. So collaboration between other libraries is also part of my job. So that's why I'm saying literacy and access to information is for every librarian. So it's not doesn't mean only academic or public library can do it. Everyone can do it. And stakeholder engagement of the stakeholder is very much important because they are the policymaker. They can do a lot, but we need to advocate it. Advocacy, we need to develop our advocacy skills, and we try to let them know who we are, what we can do, how they will be benefited if we work together. Because unity is the success. So if you work together, then a lot of things we can do together. And that's why we, being academic libraries, we are not actually, we are not, combined with only academic libraries. We try to involve public libraries, special libraries, some government specialists, the other stakeholders. So even some organization, I have mentioned one of the organizations that called BILS, Bangladesh Institute for Information Literacy and Sustainable Development. We're closely working with BILS also, because as academic librarian, there is no barrier that you cannot work with other people. You cannot work with government sector. You cannot work with public libraries. So I think this is our role. We are in the same umbrella, LIS professionals, and we have to work together. In a sense, we have to, we are all in the same umbrella. This is the main thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dilara. And I think, again, the message clear. There's a need for perhaps initiating and doing some massive work and making it as a moment, like an SDG moment in libraries, and then, to have some programs across. And then there can be a kind of, as you have already demonstrated, the success stories, some of the best practices, and there can be many takers for, implementing them and wherever they are across. One question, this is the last question because of paucity of time, we have already taken enough of Dr. Dilara, and it's a working day. She's there in the, taking care of the entire library, so we don't really want to take much of the time. One last question, and this is coming to you, Dilara, from Jyotika Nanda Das, who is wanting to know that, in your opinion, madam, how a Library Act will play an active role to maintain the SGT in the public library services to achieve the goal? Because I believe Jyotika Nanda Das from a state, you need to correct me, from some of the state wherein it seems that they don't have a Library Act yet. So he's concerned, from Assam. And so he has mentioned it that from Assam, and so he's concerned to know if they don't have a Library Act. So, means, in your opinion, do you feel, a Library Act? But yes, definitely it would be, but he would like to hear from you that how far the Library Act will play an active role in maintaining the SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, SDG goals in public library services, in public libraries. If they don't have a Library Act, so what are the kind of repercussions coming?
Okay, a Library Act is very much important to running the library for the future development. So if it is needed for the future development, so we can involve or we can include this future envisage. This is important for in future, the perspectives. So we can include this over there, because when we work in the library, I started this journey in this profession 20 years back. So that time, the providing the information in a limited access, we have a limited internet access. We don't have any apps. We don't have any WhatsApp, nothing. Even we don't have any mobile phone. Okay, so it's very limited, but we have changed a lot because of this, the social changes, because of the ICT development, because of the user interest, because of the user seeking behavior. So of course ACT is over there, but we need to include that for the future sustainability. We need to include this kind of activities in the ACT, but it's not, for myself, if it is not in the ACT now, maybe in future we can add it and we can have it. And one person of the library can have all the communities. Public library is it's a community hub. They can involve the whole the community, so they can create awareness among the adults, children, the teenagers, everyone, so they can play a most vital role to achieve SDGs. And of course in that case we need to develop our skills also. And there are many stories are available in the library map of the world. Some of the public library, they have posted the stories from the public libraries, how they are giving the information, and how they are doing some activities which are very much helpful for them to achieve the SDGs. I think even in India, I didn't put the examples of India and Bangladesh in the stories, but if you go to the library world of map, you can find that many SDG stories they have posted from India. One of the stories I found it in from the Lucknow, the library. I can't remember the name of the library. They posted the title of this is the one-person library enhance the communication, learning, and creativity among children in Lucknow. So they posted over there how the children can help to communicate, and how can they can create the awareness among the people, because children are the right people. If you train them from that time, they will become a good citizen. So these examples came from India, from the public library. The children work a lot, and they are working together towards the achieving the SDGs goals. So these are the examples. So you can find a lot of examples over there. So I think this is the right time to post your own stories. Then people will be inspired. So that posts came from Lucknow Public Library, and they have created, the children are creating the awareness among how to gain the how to achieve this. So these are the one good examples from India.
Thank you very much, Dilara. So I think all of us, we should get inspired, and also in turn, we should also inspire others. And this can be only possible if we are working together in a more connected and a collaborative manner, in a network manner. And that's how we are celebrating, this has been one of the best ever, presentations on the theme of celebrating the library networking day. So how we need to get ourselves networked, let our, success stories, be shared with everyone, stay networked, and there is a purpose, attached to it, and the purpose is to serve the society, for whom we are being there, in our respective libraries. It has been such a great honor and pleasure to have you today, Dr. Dilara. You have really made, this particular program a very special one that we are going to remember. It's all because of your very distinguished presence, with us, and you have been very, very gracious in sharing your vast expertise on the subject, and have created truly an environment, of being there together. Together we can make a difference. Message is much clear enough. We have to work together collaboratively. We have to work together, and to ensure that we are able to create a difference. Thank you so very much, Dilara. I can't really thank you enough. Much grateful forever, for your very, very kind, gracious presence. Looking forward to the times wherein, we can be in a position to meet each other in person, and to invite you to India, to DELNET, and to be there with all our library and information science colleagues from the country. Thank you so very much. Really much grateful to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you, dear. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dilara. Thanks. Thank you. It has been such a great honor and pleasure in having our invited speaker, Dr. Dilara Begum from Bangladesh. We would like to thank her and all our professional colleagues, especially from Bangladesh, to have joined us today, in this wonderful session, which we have deliberated a lot. So few takeaways. You can always you can Google it after the session. Google IFLA's library map of the world, and you would be able to see, and you would be able to, go through the success stories which are being posted, to let you know that how libraries, what is a kind of and growing significant role being played by the libraries, in adopting SDG goals and how they're contributing in fulfilling, SDGs. It has been a wonderful pleasure for DELNET to have organized this session, and we are much thankful once again to our distinguished speaker in being there with us this morning. With this, we are on the verge of closing now our pre-lunch session. We would like to inform you that at 2 o'clock we are going to reassemble in the digital environment, and we are going to have a session on creating institutional repositories, issues and challenges with successful case studies from Indian libraries, and we are going to have our invited speakers. They are already being there with us. We acknowledge their presence. Dr. B.B. Chand, the librarian of Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, and Dr. K.P.S. Singer, the Senior Library Officer, CSIR Institute of Microbial Technology from Chandigarh. That will be followed by yet another session, which will be by DELNET, and wherein we are going to give you a brief presentation on the desired portal of DELNET, which is under development right now. We are working on it for creating IERs by our member institutions, and we look forward to having you back. Right now, I'm sending it to you in your chat box. You can would be able to see a message coming to you. This is about the evening poetry program, as we told it to you, and you would be knowing by now that Dr. Kaul also was a founder of the Poetry Society India, a very prolific poet who had a number of books. He was a poet by heart. And so we are going to also celebrate, his birthday today by having this in the evening. It's from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock. We are going to have this poetry program on Voices from the Homeland, poetry reading program on the occasion of Dr. Kaul's birthday today. So we are having a very distinguished poets who are going to recite their poems, and it will be from Voices from the Homeland. And we're also going to let each one of you listen to Dr. Kaul's poems also. So I have just sent it across to you. You are most welcome. You can and Dr. Dilara has just right now also sent you a link for library map of IFLA. So you are most welcome. This is a world map, library map of the world. So the website address has been just being sent. Thank you very much, Dilara, for this. That is librarymap.ifla.org, wherein you can go and can see, the success stories that we have been talking about. And also for the evening program, we have just sent it across to you. There is a separate registration required for that. So those of you who are interested, you are most welcome. I would just like to request that if you want to send it across to the HODs of the English department or to the students, you are most welcome to do that. They may be interested to join us this evening. And it would be really a pleasure to have many of our own library colleagues, who are interested in poetry to join us this evening. So with this, we close this session, and we look forward to having you back again at 2 o'clock. Please do kindly join us back by 1:55 so that we can resume the session at 2 o'clock sharp. Once again, a big thank you, and it's indeed such a lovely pleasure to have got an opportunity to meet online Dr. Dilara Begum, a great friend and a colleague for years altogether. And always, I greatly value our very special bonding, Dilara. God bless you, dear. It has been really a pleasure in having you with us. And thank you so much for your very gracious acceptance and for deliberating so wonderfully. You have been able to get everything so clear in the minds of each and every professional. And I think all of us are now set to go in achieving the SDG goals in the libraries. Thank you very much, Dilara. And we thank each one of you in being there with us this morning. And we look forward to having the deliberations, at 2 o'clock again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much again. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dilara. Thank you. This is Sunita Parikh, and any non-academic poetess present as well. This is for you, Sunita Parikh from Purnima. I would just like to mention that we have got a very distinguished poets who would be there on this occasion. And as the title says, Voices from the Homeland, we have Shri K. Jayakumarji, the president of the Poetry Society India. He would also be reading his poems today on this occasion, and also many other participating poets is Dr. Lakshmi Kannan, Mr. Abhay K, Mrs. Rachna Joshi, Dr. Malashri Lal, Mrs. Mandira Ghosh, Mr. Jayashree Mishra Tripathi, Dr. Sukrita Paul Kumar, and Sanjula Sharma. This is also to let my professional library professional colleagues know that I'm also an secretary of the Poetry Society India. So it would be a pleasure to have you, and so Sunita, this is to tell you that it's not, it's our invited poets are going to read their poems, and if we find some, that if it's a 1 hour program, and in case if we find that there is some time, so we may make the floor open, but the topic remains voices from the homeland. So from the homeland, any poems, someone has written, we may see. If it entirely depends on the availability of the time. If we have time, we would really be happy to have them also to read their poems on this occasion. So you are most welcome. Forward this particular link that I've just sent it across to you. You can send it across to your HODs and faculty members in the Department of English department, and also to the students, or anyone whosoever is interested in poetry. Would be a pleasure. So with this, we close this session right now, and we are going to be back here at 5 minutes to 2. We have our distinguished speaker, Dr. B.B. Chand and Dr. K.P. Singer, who are going to make us all, today we are talking about all the successes, all the success stories, and let all of us always keep on, we should always have, great reasons to always keep on sharing our success stories. So let all of us, get inspired. Let all of us be in that, knowledge sharing environment, what always Dr. Kaul has been desiring. He has, his entire life was invested in, in seeing to it that he has created this platform of DELNET, a knowledge sharing platform. And all of us, everyone is of the, everyone is able to very loud and clear, able to convey the message that we have to really work together, and we have to, ensure that our success also becomes the success of someone else. And we should, that is a true success. It's not that only we want to remain successful. No, the real success comes if we are able to also empower someone else to get successful. So let's, come back again at 2 o'clock to listen to the success stories of IRs, the institutional repositories, which remains our focus area for the deliberations in the second half today. We look forward to having you back again, and thank you so very much for being there. You truly inspire us. You inspire us to the core, and we really remain committed to ensure that we are able to serve you in a very, very meaningful and in an enriching manner. Thank you so very much. It has been really a very special day for us, remembering Dr. Kaul, a great visionary, a Karma Yogi, who has really given a lot to the world of libraries and to the literature. And it's in the most befitting tribute, to him when we deliberate together in a very, very, connected mode. And we always remain grateful to you for this immense support that you have been extending to DELNET always. Thank you so very much to all our very distinguished speakers, of our the sessions that we had. And also we would like to acknowledge the presence of each one of you. We look forward to having you back again at 1:55 and to resume our deliberations. Thank you very much, one and all. Thank you. Thank you so much. Namaskar and a very pleasant good afternoon to all of you, and welcome back to this post-lunch session of the program celebrating the Library Networking Day on the occasion of the 81st birth anniversary of Dr. H.K. Kaul. We are starting off our session which is on creating institutional repositories, issues and challenges with successful case studies from Indian libraries. We have with us two very distinguished speakers and our library professional colleagues, who have been making a profound contributions, especially when we talk about creating an IRs and having a long-time association. It's a profound privilege for me to welcome on behalf of DELNET and also on behalf of 344 attendees, that we have right now with us. It's an immense pleasure to welcome Dr. B.B. Chanji. Thank you very much. It's indeed a profound privilege to have you with us, Dr. Chand. Thank you so much for accepting our invite and being there with us this afternoon. And it's indeed a profound privilege. It has been a very long time association with you, right from the days when you have been at ISEC. But yes, it's indeed a pleasure to see you online on this platform. And thank you so much for your immense support that you have always been extending to us. I have a profound pleasure in welcoming Dr. KPS Singer. Dr. KPS, it's a pleasure for us that you are there with us. And again, with Dr. Singer, it's nearly an association of more than 2 decades, 21 years now. And it's a pleasure that, yes, he's there and with us. And thank you so very much indeed in being there. Your presence has greatly been valued on this platform today with us. I would like to brief all our attendees at why we have thought of having this special session on the IRs, because all of us are fully being aware creating an IR is something what we as a library professionals have been wanting to do it over the years. All of us are also fully aware about the constraints, about the challenges, the entire creations, and also the sustainability remains one of the major issues. There have been for past more than 16 years have been attempts which have been made in creating IRs using some of the most robust open source tools and technologies, softwares. But we have been also noticing at the same time that still at large in the libraries, our own library and information science professionals, whatever hard they have been wanting to do, there have been some very ground realities which have been in some ways creating more obstacles rather than promoting them, in going ahead with their plans for creating of IRs. This has led DELNET to think about, we have envisaged a new portal of ours, which in post this session we are going to let you know, and that is to create a very standard portal for our member institutions. So it's not like reinventing the wheel. It's not that every institution has to really develop their own IRs and then investing in not much of their development work, and also in sustaining that, having the manpower and not many other things. That's how now we are in the process of developing that entire portal. So post this, we are going to show you. So today we have two very experienced library colleagues who have been contributing immensely for this IRs, and they belong to the two most prestigious institutions of the country. Dr. B.B. Chand, who is he's a librarian at Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, one of the most acclaimed, institution in the country, and he's here, to tell us how they have been able to create their IR, and we look forward to listening to the success story, and this would truly be inspiring everyone to come forward and also to see some of the best practices what they have followed in doing this IR. Our Dr. KPS Singer is heading, he's our senior library officer at CSIR InTech, again one of the most well-known institution, one of the most reputed CSIR lab in Chandigarh. And he's here, today with us to share his experience of developing it, what they have been running, what I have been able to, get the inputs from Dr. Singer that since 2008-9. So it's nearly a journey of around 14-15 years that they have it in developing IR, and then they are sustaining it, very well. So firstly, we would like to we are going to have, let me just tell you that how we have planned out this session. We are going to have a presentations for say around 25 minutes, half an hour time for each of our speaker. And we really want more deliberations to come also from the floor. So requesting each one of our attendees here, because we really want it more to become more like a brainstorming session. So we really want whatsoever are your questions, whatsoever you have been pondering about, let's make this session as lively as we can, more engaging and more knowledge enriching session to the core. So we would like to have then around 15-20 minutes time for having the deliberations on that, and getting the best of the opinions from our two most experienced expert speakers of this afternoon. I have pleasure in introducing you all to Dr. B.B. Chand, who is a librarian at Vikram Sarabhai Library at Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Prior to it, Dr. B.B. Chand has served as a deputy librarian and head at Institute for Social and Economic Change in Bangalore, and that's how we at DELNET have been having an interaction with him. And he has always been very, very proactive, and it brings back the wonderful memories of having interactions with him while he was there at ISEC in Bangalore. Dr. Chand also served as a librarian at National Council of Applied Economic Research and CAER at Delhi, and also as a librarian at US Library of Congress, and also more as a professional assistant at Indian Institute of Management in Indore. Dr. Chand has received his doctoral degree in Library and Information Sciences from Bangalore University and has earned his master's in Library and Information Science from Sambalpur University in Orissa. Dr. Chand's areas of professional interest includes research data management, data curation, open data and government data, digital libraries, and information management research library and social science information. It's a profound privilege once again in welcoming you, Dr. Chand, and thank you very much for being there with us this afternoon. And I have immense pleasure in welcoming once again Dr. Keshwendra Pratap Singh Sengar, and it's a profound privilege to have you once again. We welcome you, Dr. Sengar, and I have immense pleasure in introducing you all to Dr. Sengar, who is working as a head KRC, CSIR Institute of Microbial Technology in Chandigarh since February 2001. Before joining CSIR IMTech Chandigarh, Dr. Sengar has worked in various esteemed institutions in various capacities. Have profound privilege. I was wanting to see that where does DELNET stands in your profile. So I was not saying anything before, Dr. Sengar, and very, very feel humbled and very honored to see that yes, he has been a wonderful colleague, and this 98, 97, 98, 98, 99 period. And when DELNET was still with the name of Delhi Library Network, so you can see a very long time association with Dr. Sengar. He was our own colleague when DELNET was in that INC, and we have been able to see the spark in those times, even in Dr. Sengar, who was very instrumental in those times creating Mark 21 records. I still remember that period, and it has been a long journey that he has been there with DELNET, right from Delhi Library Network to developing Library Network. It's a profound privilege in letting you all know that Dr. Sengar has been in various capacities. He worked in institutions, including DELNET, also in JP Group of Companies, Sahibabad, at AIM Gurgaon. He has more than 29 research articles to his credit that were published in research journals and conference proceedings. His current research interest includes ICT application in libraries, institutional repositories, the central theme of today's deliberations, and also scientometric analysis. Dr. Sengar has taken various initiatives as CSIR IMTech Chandigarh, Vice's initiative to implement e-Granthalaya software, implemented barcode technology, setting up DIRs at IMTech, initiated to design and develop a KRC website, also initiated to conduct library orientation and training programs to new users. He's serving as a member and member secretary of various committees at IMTech, including Scientific Ethics Committee, Scientific Investigation Board, Library Advisory Communication, and many more. He's also a nodal officer of CSIR Knowledge Network Project and NKRC Project. We heartily congratulate you for all these accomplishments that you have to your credit, Dr. Sengar. Dr. Sengar has also received a Certificate of Excellence in Reviewing for the year 2020 in recognition and appreciation of the outstanding contribution made to the DesiDoc Journal of Library and Information Technology. He has also been invited as a panelist in various national and international conferences and has received Best Research Paper Award in national conferences. Dr. Sengar has chaired and co-chaired various technical sessions, and for our past couple of years, he has been arranging all of the special webinars, important visit meetings, and many workshops at CSRM Tech, wherein he's serving for past nearly now 22 years. We, once again welcome you. We welcome both of our distinguished speakers and the long-time professional colleagues, and it's a profound privilege for us to have both of them with us today. And they're going to now deliberate, exhaustively on the topic of creating IRs, institutional repositories, issues and challenges. And so we request them. They are now the most distinguished speakers, having much of experience, with them, that when we are discussing about a success story, we would also like and request our speakers to also deliberate on the issues and challenges, because that's how everyone would be also able to relate, because they may be encountering, and the message that yes, ultimately they are going to get success in setting up these IRs. So I don't want to stand between our attendees and our distinguished speakers. Firstly, would like to request Dr. Chand to kindly start the deliberations. Dr. Chand, we are giving you the presenter control. If you may like to share the screen.
Yeah.
Yes. Just kindly
Very good afternoon to you all. Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta, for your nice introduction. I'd like to congratulate DELNET, first of all, planning for such a thing. This is going to be, very useful for our, DELNET user community. Anyway, the deliberations will happen after the presentations. Of course, we'd like to see more on that. Anyway, first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. H.K. Kaul on his 81st birth anniversary for all his contributions towards DELNET and towards the profession. So, while I was in Delhi, I used to, interact quite frequently, different platforms. I cherish all those moments and guidance that we have received from him. I would like to extend my thanks to DELNET also for inviting me to deliver on this topic of creations of institutional repository issues and challenges. I'll try my best to do justice to the invitation and share my thoughts. I'll just share my screen first. Is it okay? Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfectly fine, Dr. Chand. It's perfectly
okay.
fine.
And I'm audible also, right?
Very much. Very much.
Okay. Thank you. So today's topic, as we have already mentioned several times, creating institutional repositories, issues and challenges with success case studies from Indian libraries. Yes, of course, our institutional repository is quite a success. So, and I would like to share my thoughts on these issues. I just introduce a little bit about institutional repository and what are the drivers that is, driving institutional repository world. And I'll just put some global scenarios for the understanding of the professional communities here. And then I will move to institutional repository at IMA, how we do it, and that will be, I hope, interesting for the participants. Then I will move to the real topics, that is the issues and challenges with respect to development of IR, and how future of IR going to be in some sense. And then I'll conclude with some of the thoughts that I have in my mind. See, institutional repository, simple, 2 words. Institutional repository. Repository basically, you can say it's a digital repository and a digital archive. About what? About the intellectual output. Intellectual output means, theses, research papers, seminar and conference proceedings, research reports, annual reports, working papers, photographs, and it could be in any format. Whether it's PDF, Word document, video files, images, doesn't matter. It is basically a digital repository of intellectual outputs. And it is institutional. It belongs to one particular institutions It might be department, it might be sister institutions, but nonetheless, I think we have super IRs also, where the documents are being collated in one single interface and created a bigger institutional repositories, like NDLI kind of a thing. So what are the drivers which actually initiated this institutional repository movement? Just to share a few, it is the availability of digital content. It was early 2000 when the content became more digital, and more digital contents are available easily over the networks. And a lot of software with respect to this institutional repositories were made available free, like Greenstone, ePrints, DSpace, to some name a few. So it was easier initially for the libraries not to invest too much on softwares, and with little hardware, this can be configured much easily. Second, I think third is the content. Content also became a little bit open. Content were available without much of restrictions to the community. Hence, it was thought that why not put this content in one place, and especially for a institution, so that it will be made available to everybody. And the scholarly communication movement also gathered in the early 2000s, when people wanted to share their research and made available to the larger public, so that the true use of this research will be made by the fellow researchers. Just to share a little bit about the statistics of IR that is available, though this is not complete. I think the actual might be 3-4 times more, but it will give you a picture. Right now you can see from India there are around 106 IRs, but I'm quite sure it might be much more, and they are not listed most probably in DOAR, but it will give a picture in terms of how these archives are being located. US has quite a lot, Japan and United Kingdom, Germany. Of course, it is quite popular in the developing world, but I think we are also not far behind, and we are there. Just to give you a brief about the softwares, as I mentioned, the availability of free and open source software such as DSpace and ePrints actually drives the development of IRs in this century. So that is well visible from this. DSpace being popular, mostly people use DSpace, but ePrints are also being used quite a lot. There are some commercial softwares like Digital Commons and Content DM, but those are very little in numbers that we can see. In terms of content, it is very interesting to see that journal articles are being available in 4,000 out of the DOAR registered archives. Around 4,000 archives used to put journal articles in them. Around 3,500 archives used to put theses and dissertations. Book chapters, conference proceedings, and reports and working papers are also quite a lot. But not to mention, even you can see data sets, patents, and software are also part of this digital archive. At this moment, I thought it will be interesting to share how these journal articles are categorized into different categories, because sometimes we do not know which version to put. So the preprints, postprints, and version of records. These are the three categories of journal articles that is mostly been hosted in most of the libraries. The IRs are kind of resources. So preprints are basically the original version of a manuscript that is submitted to a journal for publication. It has not gone through any review process, neither any changes is there. So author has full control over these preprints, and these preprints can go to any archive without any restrictions. Postprint, on the other hand, is basically accepted manuscripts. Means reviewer comments are already there. Those comments are already interpolated in those articles. and the manuscript is finally accepted for publication, but the branding of the publishers are not in yet. Okay, whereas on the version of records, basically it is the publisher version, where you have volume number, issue number, publisher, journal title, all those kind of informations are there. So mostly, when we see quite a large number of journals allow you to put your preprints without any restrictions. Post-print are also allowed, maybe with some embargo or by many of the publishers, but publishers generally do mention that the publisher version should be avoided as far as possible. Moving forward, I'll take you to the institutional repository of IMA. This repository is on since 2011 onwards, and we try to put almost all the resources that is available with us to this archive, so that the global community can benefit from accessing these resources. The objective is very simple. This is the institutional repository to collect, preserve, and distribute the scholarly output of Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. This will work as a important tool to facilitate scholarly communication and preserve the institutional's intellectual output. So whatever output that we have, maybe it's article, maybe it's thesis, maybe it's students project, those will be part of this archive, and the objective is to preserve it in the longer run and make it available for the external users also. Okay. Just to give you a brief about our IR server information, currently we are running this IR on a CentOS system, and it has 4 CPUs and 12 GB RAM and a hard disk of 600 GB. Until I think last year we used to have standalone server, but since last year we moved to a high performance computing system in a virtual server environment, where we have little bit more flexibility on allocating different resources, especially on these CPUs and RAM, even hard disks also. So this can be extended anytime based on the usage. If we found that the RAM is already been getting adjusted, we can put more resources into it at the same time. And the server virtualization also becomes much easier in that high performance computing system. The daily backups are being taken through VM backup utility, so that we should not lose this information any point of time. But however, I see the future as going to cloud. So most probably 5 years down the line, we may not see this infrastructure at all. How do we are currently using DSpace 6.3 for the repository, and we are experimenting already on the latest versions of DSpace, so that we migrate as soon as possible. Contents are generally uploaded using the default platform for individual records, and sometimes if you have bulk records, then we used to use SAP Builder for uploading the information together. Focus is always on complete metadata, so that user have multiple search and browse options. Just to give you a little more brief, this is the communities that is available in our repository. You can see all annual reports are part of it. Conference proceedings, we have around 224. Faculty publications, which is one of the biggest items in our collections, we have around 10,000, more than 10,000 faculty publications. IMA in media is also a very big collections, where we have our faculty members used to write, or any citations related to IMA, or any news item related to IMA appears, and that itself is somewhere around 6,500. Apart from this, we have student projects and thesis also, in the repository. And very interesting, community in the IR is this question paper, which is actually a initiative by the student group, and it is not from a library as such, but they wanted to have it in the repository so that it will benefit all the participants at one go. And we do have a video library also, which has around 307 reports, basically from our conference papers, conference presentations, and even the institutional celebratory events. So earlier we used to have a flash player inbuilt in the repository where you can see it there itself. But of late, as a institutional practice, we moved to YouTube platform, and we used to link YouTube records from this video library. This is the collections, I think, from our major collection, as I mentioned, is the faculty publication. Within that, we have journal articles, research projects, book chapters, newspaper articles, and cases notes, books, and monograph. And we have given a specific, options for all the open access articles. So nowadays, most of the publications used to appear in open access format. Hence, we thought it will be interesting to give all the open access articles in a separate collection, so that it will be easier to browse and access. Likewise, even earlier, we did not have segregated these magazine articles and journal articles. It was decided that magazine articles might be having different value than journal articles, and making this segregation from the beginning itself, it will add more value to the archive, and that is how it was done later on. Just to give you a statistics of our institutional repository, to our OPAC and website, very well you can see that IR is being used quite frequently by the user community, and that is even more than our websites. Okay, so around 13,000 sessions were, this is the statistics of November 2022 only. There were 13,000 sessions and 12,000 different users make use of this IR, and there are 15,000 page views. Average daily usage is somewhere around 500 sessions and 400 users. I mean, this is not one-off, and we can see consistently over months this has been used quite frequently by the user community. And in September it was around 17,000. October might be a little bit less. Again, November is 30,000. This is a time series of our usage of institutional repository. And we consider this is a quite good usage for the communities across the divisions. See, as we are discussing the issues and challenges of, this is all about the IR that we have developed, but these issues and challenges still remains. Some of the issues we may not be having, but I thought it would be interesting to share these issues, as these are quite global in nature. Imagine a library without books. I'm talking about even e-books or e-journals. So it's kind of a thing. IR is also integral part of library, that we as a librarian needs to think that without IR we cannot think of a library. So that is when the IRs are going to benefit the libraries, and to the institutions. It will add a lot of value to the library when we think that this is going to be important resource for the libraries and the outer world. So this initiative, libraries need to maintain and create their own IR. We have been discussing about this technical skills quite a long. I hope, when this IR movement started sometime in early 2000, and it's almost, I think, 20 years apart, but unfortunately, still there are gaps in our technical skills. But of late, some of these are being addressed to certain level. But I think further quite a lot needs to be done to bridge this gap. And here institutions like DELNET can play a big role as we are discussing to bridge these technical skills so that librarians can concentrate more on other issues. Policy support from the institute, this is quite critical for success of institutional repository. When you have a policy, you have a backend support. You have the guidelines, how you are going to upload, how you are going to maintain, how you are going to have your backup, what should be uploaded. Those things can be very helpful for the librarian. But unfortunately, though we do have repositories, but the policy is missing. So that, I think, that's the important issue for the librarians who are working on IRs. Should try to address this and take their management into confidence with a proper policy, which will be very helpful for them in the end. The challenges of copyright is issue that is there from the beginning, and not much improvement that you have seen. Yeah, I think the improvement is there, but it is very gradual. So we have to leave it with now. Yeah, we can see that a lot of information is now available in a open access manner, but still the content that is available behind the paywall are copyright protected, and doesn't see much of the light in IRs. So these are quite of a challenge. Most probably when we move to a more open copyright platforms, this will be easier for the IRs to upload these resources. Of course, financial constraints are very particular in smaller libraries, where you need to build the infrastructure, basically to start these resources. But I believe it's not always very essential. So the motivation from the librarian is what is key among these 5 key challenges that I see. And if you have a will, definitely you will find a way out. With maybe minimal resources, you can start building your IR. Taking it forward, the second level of issues and challenges are the IRs are developed basically to see that the self-archiving is one of the important content of it. Like archive, or many of the places we see where the author themselves upload the content. But unfortunately, in many of the IRs, authors' self-archiving is very low. Okay, so it's basically the library's initiative, and librarians are maintaining it. That is fine. I am absolutely fine with that. But it's a challenge that the initiation or the objective has not been met to that extent. Researchers are quite reluctant to take on the task of depositing their papers. But when you consider the example that I gave, the archive or many other places, SSRN and all, authors are very positive, and they update their content so that it should be visible to the wider community. But when it comes to institutional repository, it is basically the librarians, those who are maintaining. The third point in this is that the availability of full text in the repository. That is very important, because when we consider we have a repository and we are making these resources available, and if the full text are not available, it doesn't make much sense. When people want to see literature now, they will be more happy with the full text rather than only abstract or extract. Likewise, some cases the content are available with embargo, but the user community like to see embargo-free content, and it should be made available as soon as the contents are in public domain. Fifth one is the metadata enrichment. It is very important that when we are putting a document, all the metadata associated with the document should be available, so that the search and discovery becomes much easier, and those who are browsing these resources should be able to see which resources those are accessing. So that way, I think it increases the authenticity of the document and the confidence of the user while using this document. Last in this point, the second level of challenges is metadata harvesting. When these YPMH platforms are developed, the objective was to make that data available to other repositories, so that those who want to build super IRs, they should have easy access to this metadata, so that the discovery of this data will become much easier. Moving to the final level of issues and challenges, I see why the IRs have struggling or not that much popular. When we see is the increase of open access content and bold way. See, when we see that content is available already on open, the authors may not feel like that it is necessary that it should be put in another archive. The Elsevier journal, which is available already as a open access, they feel that okay, it will be discoverable from the publisher platform itself. It may not require a IR, but that is not true always. IR is basically, as we have mentioned, it is the repository, institutional repository. All the resources, or publications from a institution should be put there. So that's why it is very important, but it's a challenge for the IRs to overcome in coming times. Second is, I think we all know there are a lot of guidelines that are being coming from the funding agency, especially the research funders. They have different set of mandates. Like, I'll give you one example. This is not exactly, related to article, but imagine that there is one data set called NFHS, National Family Health Survey. So that research has been funded by, USAID and a lot of other funding agencies. And initially it used to be on a platform at IAPS. But I think as a funding agency mandate, the whole database was moved to a different platform, DCA. Okay, so there are mandates like that. Of course, I don't see there is a threat as such from funding agency not to upload resources in IRs. But certainly, there are a lot of, other places also where these records need to be updated. So that is why, the authors may feel more comfortable to go in places where there is a mandate rather than other places. The other challenge that I see is that the search and discovery of these resources, unless and until our resources were available on multiple platforms, the searching and discovery of these resources are not going to be easy. So that's why these archive should be registered across different search platforms such as Google or any other platform. Like that's why the search engine optimization is very important for success of IRs. The other challenge that is looming is the commercial interest. Okay, so there are many publishers have an eye on these IRs as well. See, the popularity of the archives are some way, they are not making these commercial publishers very comfortable. Like you all might be knowing now, SSRN is a part of a commercial publisher group. it may happen that, maybe 5 years down the line, you may see many other good archive like, RAPEC or something else will be taken over by commercial agencies. So that's actually, a kind of a threat to the institutional repositories. And as I mentioned, initial years when PLOS was there are no other gold way platform from publishers. But just to tackle that, the publishers also started making these gold way articles available in their own platform. So these are some of the threats those we need to deal going forward, and these are really a critical issues from time to time. I believe we have to address for a success of our institutional repository. But on the same time, I think a lot of other developments that are also happening, which will be very helpful for the IRs. Basically, I'm talking about, say there will be some APIs from where you can directly download the data at a regular interval with full records, so that we don't need to enter the data into our archive. Imagine all the open access article published from your institution in certain publication platform. By click of the article, you upload all of them to your archive. That will make the life of librarian much easier, at least in the data import part. Also, I think there are going to be some, different software development also, where you can, your user can see all the articles within the platform itself, so that you need to browse, download, access, and close platform. So those development will be much more helpful for the users. And that will be very helpful for the users on IR when we embed the full text article on the IR page itself. This will be able to see it within the IR rather than moving out. Sometime, that's what, as I mentioned, that will be easier for the libraries to be compliant with the funding agencies. Sometimes that will be easier for the researchers to be compliant with the funding body, that when they say that your articles should be available in an open access format, then the library will be able to facilitate that with much easier. And that will actually enhance the readership statistics of the articles, and in the end, those articles are going to have better citation or better usage of research. That is how I think the institutional repository will be benefiting more going forward. To conclude, the visible benefits will foster the healthy IR environment. The benefits are quite many that we say. But only thing is that the technological advancement will facilitate greater IR creations, as we are discussing right now here itself. Technological advancement, I mean the cloud environment, or the third-party hosting, where you don't need to bother about your own infrastructure, own technological skills, but where you can concentrate more on building a good repository for your institute. That will be again a driving force for the IR in the longer run. Policy at higher level will also motivate these institutions to set up IRs. By this, I mean, imagine, when the authorities like AICTE or UGC or even NAC mandate that, you need to have your own repository, and that may help these institutions to set up their own IRs. You may very well be seeing that when the NAC visits used to happen, a lot of statistics they used to collect, and during that time, if a research repository is being built, and if it is a mandate from these agencies, it will be very helpful to populate much of these resources to the user community. With this, I will conclude my presentation. I hope this was a summary of what we do and how I see the challenges going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Chand, for such an exhaustive deliberations, issues, challenges. I was just wondering, would it be possible, just for 5 minutes, is it possible to have a little glimpse online of this IR at Yeah. So that would really be nice.
Can you see? Just hold one.
Yes, yeah, we are able to see the screen. Yes, yes.
Yeah, this is the library website, and top on prominent place we have put a link to IR here itself. Okay, so directly you will land into the IR page, and we try to keep it all simple. The presentation that I have gave was basically JSP UI, but here we are using XML UI. And here we have all the collections, as I mentioned, annual reports. All the annual reports are available here, but mostly it is the working papers and faculty publications. These are the major resources that we see here. This, as I mentioned, we have recently created these open access articles so that this can be directly downloaded without much of an issue. Okay, so you click and you will download, but still there are around 9,000 items where we do not have full text. These might be articles which are published long back, or where we do not have the content or even the copyright. So right now in our archive, around 14,000 records are there where full text content is available, and one can download with much less. These subjects and in the metadata enrichment that I mentioned, we try our best to give all the details with respect to any records, so that you should be able to see quite a number of subjects with full abstract and even all the details, so that it should be available for the users to see the content fully. And of course, the search interface is available, and the usual features that is part of this space always that can be available for the user community. As far as the statistics are concerned, you can see here itself. These are the items which are being used quite more frequently. Short-term investment forecasting, exploratory study. This has 53,000 views. Then state of Indian economy. These are the top 10 items that is being used quite frequently. Apart from this, you can see the search statistics also. Professor Anil K. Gupta was searched somewhere around 4,20,000 times. One more Professor Vijay Srichand is there, who is searched, or the papers written by him are being searched more than 3,84,000. So there are quite a many people do research and engage with quality research, and those are being used by quite frequently by the user community.
Dr. Chand,
that's all I believe. Yeah.
We were just wanting to also know about this coverage of the multilingual content. Do we have it? Is it because being at IIM Ahmedabad, so is it more? Do you have any of the multilingual content?
Unfortunately, I think we have only the English content. We do not have content in other language as of now. Okay, but there is one more archive that we are building, and that is part of actually the IIMA archive. Okay, so that is not institutional archive. That is IIMA archive. That is basically the historical document that we are talking of, and there we might have something more than this, but that will be a little bit more close as well.
Perfect. And one question more: is it your IMF Ahmedabad's IR? Is it an OAI PMH compliant, or you have closed it? Is it
It's OAI PMH compliant because we submit. We are part of NDLI. Okay, so that's why we submit data. Yes, so they harvest the data and it is open.
Perfectly fine. Your take on this ingestion of articles automatically, do you feel that that's being permitted, when we think about IRs? Can we ingest these articles?
See, I strongly believe that that is the future. See, that's what the commercial interest to this IR setup are going to be very, very, see, because publishers want to put their finger everywhere, okay, to be very frank. So that's why, and in a way that may benefit libraries also. See, rather than searching and downloading, then putting it back again, if I know that, okay, this is the API and from where I can directly, put the data back to my IRs, it will be very helpful for me. But that level of support, I mean, we have not seen, that is at a very initial stage, but it may happen. I am very hopeful that this is going to be there for, maybe within 2 years down the line, we may see that.
Yeah, because there is a very thin line between, because once we think about bringing it, into the IRs, that kind of an content, unless and until, even for an open access, means providing an access to those platforms is fine. But when we think about, ingesting that into our own, that may be a little more issue. But thank you so very much. You have been able to so wonderfully deliberate on the issues, right from the library initiatives to technology skills, policy support, copyright, and the financial support, and then challenges that you have also, more to do with the, the authors self-archiving. What we have been trying to promote, libraries and professionals have always been in the, forefront to inspire the authors, to come forward for self-archiving. But yes, the ground reality is that it's, it's more to do at the psychological level. We have to, make them aware about this and the need for doing it, and more challenges for the library professionals. And also researchers are reluctant to take this task of contributing it, and that again leads to the the not optimum utilization of the IRs as such. And also this embargo, free content, and the metadata harvesting, and also this enrichment of the metadata, that remains the areas in which we as a professionals also have to do a lot much of work. Thank you so much, Dr. Chand. It was really a very holistically, you have taken care of all the aspects concerning the, the main theme of the central theme of our deliberations today. We remain truly appreciative of this, and I'm pretty confident that each one of us have really, has not many things, for us to ponder about, and then also to do, and the futuristic trends that also you have dwelt, about in the presentation. That's really much praiseworthy. Thank you so very much for being there with us and sharing this, vast experience of yours, with each one of us. We truly remain appreciative of your time and efforts in being there. We request you, we are going to take the questions. This is to tell to all our attendee colleagues. We are going to take the questions after Dr. Sengar, also gives his presentation, and then we are going to, pose the questions to both of our distinguished speakers. Thank you very much, Dr. Chand. Pleasure indeed. Thank you so much. Thank you. We would now like to go to our next speaker, Dr. KPS Sengar. Dr. Sengar, we are sending you an invite to kindly share your screen, and it's a pleasure now to request you. Yes, we are able to see, and if you just can put it in the slide show, that would make the things more legible. This is all perfect. So requesting you, Dr. Sengar, now to take your presentation, and we look forward to hearing your expert views on this. Thank you very much.
For me to deliver a talk on 81st birth anniversary of Dr. H.K. Kaul, and I am saying it for two reasons. Dr. H.K. Kaul had a profound impact on Indian as well as international library science scenario. Secondly, he was my guru, mentor in the earlier days of my career in 1998-99. I have worked in DELNET in 1998-99 under the leadership of Dr. S.K. Kaul and Dr. Sangeeta Kaul. The things and professional knowledge I have gained through his acquaintance remain relevant today. I also want to thank Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, Director of DELNET, for taking her legacy ahead the organizing a significant program for developing library networks. Before starting my presentation, I wish to explain it in brief. My presentation contains 32 slides pertaining to brief about some facts and figures of CSIR India, status of institutional repository of PAN CSIR. I will also little bit talk about CSIR impact peer review system which we have, and finally I will discuss about and share experience and also share some document evidence about the journey of setting up the digital institutional repository at CSIR impact since 2008. CSIR was established in 1942. It's a knowledge based in diverse S&T areas. It's a contemporary R&D organization. CSIR has a dynamic network of 37 laboratories, 39 outreach centers, 1 innovation complexes, and 3 units pan India presence. CSIR R&D expertise and experience are embodied around 3,521 active scientists and also supported by 4162 technical and support staff. CSIR pursued cutting-edge science and advanced knowledge frontiers. In 2021, CSIR published around 7,069 papers in SCI journals with the average impact factor 5.401. CSIR ranked in 37 among 1,587 government institutions worldwide and is the only India organization among the top 100 global government institutions according to the SciMago institution ranking. World Report 2021, CSIR holds 7th rank in India and leads the country at the level first. Before two days before, it's a proud moment for the scientific community of India. Dr. Jitendra Singh, who is the president, vice president of CSIR, he has said that India's position globally in scientific publication has improved 7th position in 2010 and 3rd position in 2020. He had also added that India's scholarly output increased from 60,000 papers in 2010 to now in 2020 published 1,49,000 2030. It's a matter of pride to scientific community of India. I am also talk about some scientific excellence in terms of publications, in terms of patent, in terms of patent grant and technology transfer. Last 5 years, CSIR has published 5,009 research papers, and in 2015, CSIR published 5,776 papers. In terms of impact factor per paper, new knowledge generator CSIR laboratories reflected in terms of higher average impact factor 3.714. The slide shows area-wise publication during 2019. Biological papers have been published more than 1,300 and followed by 820 paper physical sciences. And in terms of excellence in intellectual property, CSIR had filed 176 patents abroad and 175 patents in India during 2019-20. I am talking about timeline open access initiative in India. In 2006, National Institute of Technology Rourkela open access mandate is implemented. In 2007, National Knowledge Commission open access implemented. And in 2009, CSIR open access science publication policy have been framed. Now, in 2009, we have CSIR is on open access policies, and CSIR is on made mandates. DG CSIR has constituted a committee to develop the CSIR, PEN CSIR in IR developed in PEN CSIR, and the committee comprises the Dr. H.R.R. Hirwani, and Radhakrishan MP Tapasvi. The CSIR open access mandates are all research papers published from all CSIR laboratories and supported by the grant from CSIR will be made open access by the depositing the full text and metadata of each paper in an institution repository. And CSIR mandates also indicate that each CSIR laboratories will set up its own interoperable institution repository for research paper, electronic thesis, dissertation, and CSIR UDIP Pune will set up the central harvester, which would be harvest the full text and metadata of all these papers and documents. The CSIR mandates also indicate that every year each CSIR will celebrate open access date during in October, month of October, the International Open Access Week, by organizing sensitizing lecture programs, taking new open access initiative, publicizing the status and downloads, etc. And the mandates also indicate that CSIR will lead the open access movement within the country and take a broad other scientific agencies to form a national open access policy, include legislation if necessary to mandate and availability of output the publicly funded research in public domain. This is the website of CSIR audit central. So out of 32 CSIR lab have already been set up IR. This is the number of records is available, the CSIR IR. CSIR IMTAC is having the review system, peer review system. The chart shows in details. This is the three components. Three major departments will work together: KRC, library, and PTM, planning technology divisions, and SEC, Scientific Ethics Committee. In 2019, CSIR published the guidelines for ethics in research and in governance. So our competent authority constituted a committee. I am the member of the Scientific Ethics Committee. So we have designed the flow chart of the submit manuscripts, primary data, and scientific data auditing. Every Friday we have conducted a meeting and take the paper, 2-3 papers we have every Friday we have received every week. So we have audited the data. So flow chart shows that scientists submit the soft copy of a single page abstract, then full text along with the supplementary materials are also properly filed and signed manuscripts communication number. The next slide I will show the communication manuscripts communication form to send the publication department. That is this is managed by PTM, Planning Technology Management, and they also provide SIR reports, Similarity Index report. If he is facing any problem in case of IR generation, they may contact to me. That is KRC. Scientists submit all primary data. Scientists submit the all primary data related to the manuscripts for archival at KRC. We have archived the all raw data along with the primary data deposit form endorsed by 2 authors, scientists. Then PTM check if the manuscript's communication form is okay, completed in the respect of scrutinize it for all patentability author contributions. They have checked the author as mentioned is properly name and other things, and contributes collaborators. We have the collaboration MU signed or not. They check the PTM group, and concurrence and permission. Funding acknowledgement is also checked by the PTM department. Academic affiliation, endorse and MS communication from the SEC for carrying the scientific audit. They will also simultaneously ascertain if there is any objection to the manuscript being communicated. The primary role of the PTM. The KRC role will be independently generated. Myself, I am taking care of all raw data and ethics related issue. So I am the responsible for generating each and every paper which is submitted to the SAC and PTM for publication. So similarity index report, bird size we have already recommended by the competent authority and by the committee recommendation 5 to 7 birds, and put up these reports to SAC along with all documents to the some as well as primary data corresponding to the author. SAC will meet as I already told, every Friday we conduct scientific audit for manuscripts and associated primary data. This is the manuscript communication form. Okay. When I joined CSIR MTech in February 2001, I found that operation of library was all manual. There is no any library automation software, no web page of the library. There is no IR, no e-journals. Because I have done PGDCA, so I have a little bit knowledge about ICT applications in libraries. So then I approached to the concerned authority and asked them to automation plan for MTech library. I got the result. Now library automation was completed in 2004 with using the eGranthalaaya software. That not only iron out of the lengthy and repetitive handling of tasks and resulted in the more productive and service oriented. In 2014-15, we have implemented Koha Open Access software under the CSIR Nowhere project. In 2018, again I approached the competent authority and proposed to create digital institutional repository for CSIR MTech with the help of IT section, because I have not good knowledge in Linux. So IT specialist is required for setting up the IR. Mid 2018, IR has been set up for host research publication of scientists and MTech using DSpace software. At that time, CSI does not having the open access policy. So I faced so many challenges like infrastructure issues there. We have not a good high-end server. We have 4 or 5 system is there. So I tried the pilot level to install the Pentium 4 system DSpace with the help of IT section and start the journey to create the IR in the local level. In 2009, we have got CSIR open access policy. Now it's mandatory to create IR in PEN CSIR. So this OM was got in 6th February 2009. Implementation of recommendation of group of open access to science publication CSIR. So according to this OM, all CSIR paper published from all CSIR laboratories be made open access. I am also taking care of article processing charges. I know we are spending huge amount to payment of article processing charges. Last 5 years we have data. I have seen it. We have data. We have more than 2 crore spent last 5 years. So every year we have 40 to 50 lakhs we are spent to article processing charges. I am talking about only MTech CSIR publication. Whole CSIR is spending huge amount to pay article processing charges. So CSIR is is clearly mentioned that all research papers published from all CSIR laboratories to be made open access. And another thing is all the CSIR published journals be made open access. All of you aware that CSIR NISCARE and now it's NISPER published more than 14 to 15 journals, which is in scientific communication, and so these are the open access. Each laboratory set up electronic thesis and dissertation repository and sanitized CSIR researchers. After that, we have received this, our authority has constituted a committee. Dr. Girish Sahni, director at that time, Dr. Girish Sahni was the director of the CSIR MTech. He was the chair of the session, chair of the committee, and I am the convener of the committee. So I got the responsibility to create the repository in global level, in global level. It's available to global. If anybody is planning to create the digital institutional repository, so two major issue keep in mind. First, policy issues and management and organizational issue. Two major issues for creation of the digital institutional repository. Firstly, reinforce of the repository active support for institutional mission. First, you have to see if your institution is required to create the institution. Do you have a publications? Do you have a project report? Do you have so first you have to see the mandate of the institution. Then you have to plan to build a repository. And second thing is software and hardware is very important issue, and research items repository. This is also policy matter. Keep in mind which type of research items to be deposited in IR. Sources, human, funding. Already earlier speaker is already discussed in details. Human, IT, and funding issue is required to creating a digital planning and creating a digital repository in their respective institutions. And second is management organization. It's a very important. Installation is a very easy task, but sustainability. Already Dr. Sangeeta Kaul already said sustainability is very major issue. Updation is very major issue to continue the IR. So the repository option, author self deposit or librarian. In my case, I am taking care all the articles in since 1984 to till date, to 15 December 2022. I have deposited all papers in single-handedly. I am depositing. No scientist is depositing. I have not created the account. So it's a policy matter, organizational issue. First, decide the committee how to deposit, and metadata quality. Quality is very important. Metadata file format. Yeah, file format is also taking care of this. PDF is updated, and other documents like Word file, JPEG is also uploaded, and digitization scanning is also important issue to keep in mind. To deliver only full text database and bibliographic copyright issues very important. So all articles you cannot download to upload the IR. So peer review system is also important. Editing, so I already discussed. In mid 2008, I started the institutional repository at CSIR MTech. The objective of the to establish an innovative institutional repository to collect, preserve, and enable distribution of research output, preprint, postprint, open access articles, conference papers, images, etc., generated by MTech scientists. It reflects the KRC goals to support learning and experience in research and teaching and provide the stable long-term storage and content management system to house the research material to variety. So objective hardware software. In 2018 we have already discussed, we have started in this phase software and upload the Pentium 4 system. After that in 2009 we have switched the ePrint software after the mandate and instructions received from the implementation committee of CSIR to implement the upload ePrint software to Pen CSIR laboratory. And the hardware is very hardware is very important issue. Linux software we have using and other software addition to other software we have installed the hardware. And financial requirement. Financial institutes should have sufficient without funds we can't do anything. So if you are planning to implement the IR in your institution, so you should have sufficient fund to purchase the server, high-end server, scan and DVD writer, and it's okay. Open source software is there, but hardware we have required the funds and manpower. And manpower training program, how to scan, how to digitize that, how to feed in data. In so funds is required, to cost involvement is required to training of the library staff to digital library software. Yeah, content organization. Because we are being a librarian, we are much familiar and knowledge about the how to organize the content. Because system installation is easy task. Installation is one-time task. But how to organize our contents and deliver to the global community, to the scientific community. So in our case, we have designed we have following broad categories decided a single community: microbiology, biotechnology, bioinformatics, biochemistry, and we have also decided to cover journal articles, PhD thesis up to abstract level. Because our at that in 2009 our committee was not agreeing to upload the full text PhD thesis in IR. So we have tried to abstract level availability of our PhD thesis, and the full text thesis is available more than 100 theses only. As of now we have 500 theses, but 100 theses is available in Sodh Ganga Infinite software, and scientist presentation in DRS, depending upon the permission of the documents. Upload the DIR of source publication, variety pre-print karna hai, post-print karna hai. So we have to copyright issue consult with Sherpa only. Content policy. In the light of OM, we have already shared with all the participants. In the light of OM from CSIR, director had formed the committee implement the recommendation. Based on the same, it has been now made mandatory. So MTech is make any publication open access. Email was sent to the decision and asking them send the Word file. I am sharing the document which I sent in 2009 to all the my scientific community. In the recent communication, CSIR headquarters expressed desire the follow open access policy. So allow open access publications. So I am at this phase at that time, and hope that our publication would be proposed. This is the evidence to to share with you content workflow. We have already discussed. Human resources, one of the most important requirement for building of institutional opportunity. The staff is to be dedicated and IT savvy. Yeah, the staff should be possess some skill sets, needs to different activities. We have consulted copyright issue. Copyright issue is very sensitive and very sensitive issue. And although most publishers nowadays have their self-archiving policy, we have consulted the SAPA Romeo, which is an online resources that aggregate and analyze publisher open access policy, green, blue, yellow, white. So we have consulted and we have also maintained printed copy. I also maintained printed copy of each green publishers. Author can archive preprint whose articles are uploaded. We have in 1984 to till date. I am also sharing, we have also compiled the list of journals in 2008 to 9, archiving policy, not available, not supported. So almost 140 papers. I have also shared the one document. It's an internal documents, but I am sharing the in 2009. We have submit the status project report to the competent authority. At that time, it's the first phase. We have find 297 articles out of 453, which is to be deposited in tech during 2008 to 2008 to 2001 to 2008. And I have also taken care of copyright issues. 144 journals which are green publishers and uploaded preprint, final copy, and share this one. Yeah, now challenges and issues. My previous speaker already discussed a lot of discussion about challenges and issues. I understand we have also faced the challenges, too many challenges to creating the digital laboratory. But sustainability and data authenticity updation is very important. So I am sharing this email to all of you. Every month I send a mail. I send a mail to the scientific community to check their paper whether it is missing or incorrect. So in CSI, in our cases, our IR data is updated, accurate. As of now, we have updated in 15 December 2020 from 1982. It was established in 1984. This major hurdles in 2009 before 2008 before OM. Before open access policies are mandatory to the CSIR system. So we have major hurdles, difficulties in getting world facts with figure and from the scientists. And other points, publishing is open access very expensive. And although the soft copy, there promises the soft copy. Before we are talking about talking in 2008-2009. So this problem we have faced. This type of distract email was sent. We sent all colleagues, that is mandatory. So we have not received the data. So after that, we have decided to face the data from Web of Science and other scopus, and we sent the mail to the scientific community for checking the data whether it is correct, incorrect, missing. So we have publicity and outreach. You have is very important to publicize your IR. So we have so many channel through channel we have published our IR to popularize our digital institute repository. SSBMT is so many. CSIR is every year organize Santi Swarup Bhatnagar tournament. Souvenir is published. So this document shows I have taken the permission of the competent authority to publish the IR in their souvenir. So every at least CSIR community to know about CSR impact IR which we have. We have also a poster presentation in-house conference. Before 4-5 years back, we have bioinformatics. Our bioinformatics department has big data and bioinformatics international conference. We have posted a poster presentation about our IR. This is the screenshot of our in 1984. It was established in 1984. In 84, we have published 2 papers, CSIR MTech. We have scanned the paper and uploaded the papers. And as of now, in 2022, up to 15 December, we have published 73 papers. Thesis is not included in 2022. It's a after 12-year journey. After 12-year journey, we have received the recognition for our chairman, Dr. Devindu Sarkar, who is our Library Advisory Committee chairman. He's applauded my work, my efforts. He says that very nice thing you have been able to achieve single-handedly. Let me congratulate you on the occasion. It is it all since I want to other faculties to appreciate your efforts and not to me, who happens to be. So it's a matter, it's a good things after the efforts of 12 to 13 years. I have my dedication. On this, I have published 2 papers in CSIR knowledge base. I have conducted a study in 2017 and published in the conference proceedings in national conference, which was organized by ISAR Pune, published the CSIR knowledge base, an assessment of CSIR digital repository of India. In 2010, we have also delivered a presentation in ICDL International. It is my first presentation in my whole career. Building a digital repository in tech. If anybody interested to read full of paper, please let me know. I will be happy to share my paper on this issue. In conclusion, it is saying that an IR is very useful to higher educational institution as well as to promote, share the scholarly publication. 32 IRs have already been set up of CSI laboratories, while some of CSI lab are for process of developing. As per my study conducted in 2017 about the assessment of IR in PEN CSIR, the study revealed that challenges to the development of IR in PEN CSIR, including lack of staff. Before last year, we have conducted this study in social media applications in CSIR and DST. So I conduct a study on this issue. So I have this paper has presented in last month in Bangkok in DELNET conference. So according to my study, lack of staff in CSIR system. Very 2-3 staff in every library is working there. So it's a very challenging issue in CSIR system. So ICT skills manpower, especially sufficient, especially ICT, Linux knowledge and other things is very challenging issue to sustainability of CSIR IR. And other issue is also lack of interest in part of library staff, because in CSIR system, as I observed that I am working 22 years, almost 22 years, I am working in CSIR system. CSIR librarians are involved other than the library, so most of the library staff is taking care of other things. As I am also taking care of so many responsibility, I have so many responsibility to development of CSI as to our institutions like ethics committee, and I am taking care of seminars, workshop. Last 2 years I have conducted more than 200 conference seminars, special seminars in CSI. So staff is major issue in CSI system to sustainability. I conclude my presentation with the hope of further enriching the content of NCSI. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Singer, for a very exhaustive deliberation that you had, and I must appreciate, your viewpoints, because you have been able to cover both the presentation when we see you of Dr. Chand and Dr. Singer complementing, supplementing each other. You have highlighted more on the policy issues, which is a very, very crucial and important thing at an institutional level, the entire workflow. It's not that we can pick up anything and can make it as a part of the IR. There is a full-fledged procedure has to be involved with it. So you have been able to touch upon and highlighted very wonderfully about the entire aspects that one has to take into consideration when we think about bringing the content into an IR. And you have also highlighted, this open access policy, which is now being adopted in all the CSIR labs, wherein all their publications are being done open access. And also, most importantly, is this policy issues. I think we in the libraries, the library and information science professionals, have to sensitize their own individual management on this aspect when they are trying to become a part and create an IRs in their respective institutions, because this is top-down approach. The institution has to really ensure, as also being mentioned earlier, Dr. Chand had also highlighted in his presentation, that if the accreditation bodies makes, the creation of development of these IRs as a part of their, handbooks, if they mandate on this, there may be better results, we can expect. And also, you have also highlighted about this management and organizational issues, the policy issues, the entire workflow which is being involved. And this has been really a very quite wonderful. It was as if both of you, both Dr. Chand and Dr. Singer has interacted that what all are you going to, because you have ensured that there's not duplicacy of content, though we have been talking on the issues and challenges, but this has really been together, both of you have taken two different aspects and given a complete picture, complete information to all our attendees at what all aspects that you need to take care of. So thank you very much, Dr. Singer. So you have hold a great experience now, and it's good to see that our library and information science professional colleague who is contributing so immensely, not only to the InTech, but also to the entire CSIR labs, and you have me at the help of affairs in developing this IR. We must congratulate you for this and to the wonderful work that you are being involved with. We could see that, we could notice that, how wonderfully you are coordinating this entire work, and also involved at the policy level, devising those strategies, to make this IR a reality among the CSI labs. So thank you so very much indeed, Dr. Singer, for this, and we indeed remain truly appreciative, of your participation, and also for letting everyone, get to know about what are the, the regulations, what are the procedures that one has to adopt in the libraries when we plan out to create an IR. And we must thank Dr. B.B. Chand for so wonderfully deliberating on the technical aspects, on the ground realities, that when we embrace this. So both of you have done, Dr. Singer has said, before you get into what are the things being there. And then, yes, you have also deliberated. And Dr. Chand has well taken care of that once you get into the IR, What are the issues that you would be encountering? What are the major challenges that you have? So must congratulate both of you, individually and collectively, that you have taken care of the session so well in such a enriching manner, and it really is really wonderful to see that both of you have contributed so immensely to the entire deliberations of the session. With your permission now, we would like to make the floor open for questions. Because of paucity of time, we would like to request our attendees, you may post the question in the chat box so that we can take more and more questions, because the audio always takes a little longer. But even if you want to get connected in the audio, we would welcome that. So firstly would be a question. This has been posted by Mr. Sarfaraz Sheikh from Center for Good Governance in Hyderabad. And this is for you, Dr. Bibi Chand. And he has two quick questions. Number one is, sir, is there any specific budget allocation for creating an IR at IIM Ahmedabad? And second question is, how many members are working on creating this IR in your library? Two questions: budget allocation. Second one, how many library colleagues have been working with this IR?
Yeah, see, the budget is part of library IT budget mostly. Okay, see, you don't need, to be very frank, you don't need a huge budget. Only when we have some sort of upgradation, then only the budget used to be very huge. Otherwise, I don't see the budget. There has to be a specific budget for IR as such, or if you are subscribing through a cloud or a third party agency, then there has to be a regular budget. But we are maintaining our own hardware and software, so as such there is no specific budget. If at all anything is there, it's part of IT budget only, library IT budget. And as far as manpower is concerned, we do have the reference team and library IT team. There are 5 people in all, those who are involved with not only this, but they do address other issues also. But in library IT, we have 2 specific persons who look after this IR affairs.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chand. One question now coming for Dr. KPS Sengar, and this is from Meghna Chandrate, and her concern remains, and that I think is a concern of every library professional, that without a technical support, how a college library can think about working for an IR. And it means, because as you have also mentioned in your presentation that yes, you did receive a support from your IT team, the computer team, but this is at large an issue. But yes, definitely, like the next presentation that we have on DELNET, that's a reason why we have thought of coming up with this the portal, Desire portal, because we are also fully aware about this ground reality that we don't have a technical support much in the institutions. What's your take on this, Dr. Sengar? Would you like to say something?
Skills manpower. So IT department can help to create the institutional capacity. As by my experience, I am a single-handedly. I have already mentioned. If you have dedication, if you want to create the IR, so you can do it. No, with the help of IT department, IT skills, or any friends who's having good knowledge of IT Linux, so you can create it. But first you have to think about the creation and dedication. 2 things is very important.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. And this is from Dr. Anuradha Seth. Anuradha, we would like to, she says that, sir, is it not the best practice to have a centralized IR so that technical issues, hassles faced at the administrative level and even otherwise can be avoided? And what could be the easiest way is to put everything in the iCloud. And that's, Dr. Anuradha, to convey to you that what you are mentioning over here is, this is what DELNET has envisaged to do it. And that's how, in a short short while, we are just going to show you our this upcoming portal, which is a Desire portal. That's a desire of DELNET to have this digital institutional repository, selective information resources of our member institutions, wherein you have your own institutional repository, and then you also have an interface, for all the entire members. So thank you very much for this, and we are going to show you that how practically. So it's like a DELNET cloud for the member institutions. Dr. Patappa is wanting to know about the hardware requirements to install DSpace. Dr. Patappa, we would be more than happy to get you the contact details of Dr. KP Singer, as Dr. Chand has also mentioned about this, like CentOS 7.2, I believe, that he's using it right now at IMM Ahmedabad CentOS 7, they are using it with 12 GB RAM, and this entire depends, like, what kind of, but yes, on CentOS, on Linux, you can easily take care of it. And then there are currently the DSpace 6.3, what is being used there at IMM Ahmedabad, but the latest versions coming up, but one has to really do, because in the upcoming versions also of DSpace, there are some compatibility issues what institutions they're encountering. Better enough to go for something which is more, sturdy. It should not happen that, and we should also, I think, being as a professional, we should also know that not to really keep on upgrading it like that unless and until it becomes really a stable version. Yeah, because we encounter it later that you upgrade and then you know that, oh yes, these have been the bugs. So especially in IERs, once we are doing it, we have to really, it's slow and steadily, you go, you are definitely going to, but we have to keep a watch on all the upcoming trends which are happening. So then we have, let me just quickly see if we have any other, question which is being there. This is from Dr. Chalasani Viranjalaju. Okay, sir, is it possible to put faculty publications in the form of a book published by some other publisher in our institutional repository? Faculty publication in the form of a book, that would be attracting. I think Dr. Chand would like to mention something.
I think the copyrights issues need to be studied very. See, this is an institutional repository, it's not library repository, right? So the institution's reputation at stake. So anything that you are putting on IR need to be checked 3 times before being online. Right. And that is why you got to be very, very careful. Check, if you have permission from the publisher, I have no issue with that. But unless and until you are not sure, it's better to play safe and not to play around with things like this.
Thank you very much, Arishan. Very loud and clear message. And yes, one has to be highly careful about it, because the copyright, especially when you think about the IERs, it's an institutional repository. You need to have also a kind of a certification done. They have to give an undertaking. The individual, the individual user of your respective institution, that they hold a copyright on this. It is just like getting into an academic integrity. Whatever you are, uploading on your server is a library which becomes an epicenter. You have to be highly careful on this copyright concern, as it is a full text that you would be dealing it. So thank you very much for this. It seems that I would just quickly would like to mention there have been some question coming up that about the DSpace, that is there any agency? We would just like to remind and to inform all our attendees that DELNET does offer a support for a DSpace installation in our member institutions. We offer a support. It's a remote installations, and we have already done a couple of installations. We keep on receiving our requests from our members. We do charge a one-time fee of 15,000 plus GST from our institutions, but we can set up your institutional repository. But definitely we are now looking forward to showing you that what we have made and what we are working on, and hopefully in another 3 months time we would make it functional. And we are right now having a beta version, though the UI is still to be finalized. It's not being made, but we are going to show you in a short while. So with this, we are on the closure of this wonderful session. So much of deliberations that we have been able to get, and truly a brainstorming that we have been able to do on this entire right from the conceptualization to the creation of the IR, and what all things one has to keep it in mind. Both our distinguished speakers have been able to deliberate so well, for which we remain thankful to both of them, to Dr. B.B. Chand as well as to Dr. K.P.S. Singer. Thank you so much for sharing your vast expertise. And this is in one frame, not only one memento. These are the two mementos coming up. And this is for both of you. So one each for Dr. B.B. Chand with great sense of appreciation, admiration, and for a continuous support to DELNET and for deliberating so wonderfully. And this is to Dr. K.P.S. Singer, who is not only a librarian and taking care of KRC at Intech, but also to my own colleague. It's a profound privilege. Appreciation to you, Dr. Singer. I still remember 1998-99 period, and you have really, really grown so well. We are very happy about it, and proud of you that you are being in.
I'm so happy, ma'am. You are invited me. I'm so happy.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. So we'll be very happy if these mementos from DELNET would, be there next time when we get connected. So in the foreground, you be there, and this remains in the background. So that that we would truly feel very much happy if it takes a position on your work there somewhere. Great. So it has been a pleasure. Thank you so very much indeed, and taking out time and being there with us, sharing your vast expertise. We remain highly, highly thankful to both of you for really deliberating and giving us much of thoughts to work on now. So thank you very much, and collectively also individually you have done, and collectively you have done so well for this session. We truly remain grateful to both of you. Thank you very much, Dr. Chand, and thank you, Dr. Singer. Indeed a pleasure. Looking forward to yet another opportunity to again interact with both of you. Thank you. Thank you so much indeed from all of us. Thank you. So with this, we are inching towards having our next session, and the session is on this is on DELNET to tell you about this new portal that we are working on currently, and we do pretty hope that in another maximum in 3 months' time, we should be able to come up with the entire portal and to make it functional. And it's also through this platform, we would like to request each one of you that for the beta testing, we are wanting some of our member institutions to come forward. We are looking for some 8 to 10 of our member institutions. We are shortly going to, and even those who are there in this platform today, if you really want, and you are from our member institution and you want to really see that how this works, and you are ready to upload your own IR content, onto this, we would be, please notify us, and we'll be more than happy, to get the content uploaded, and you will be able to see. So I have immense pleasure in welcoming Mr. Deepak Garg and Mr. Ronak, who are going to take take all of us, a tour to this new portal of DELNET, Desire portal, which is on creating the institutional repositories. And the acronym, the Desire, that is a digital, exclusive, and selective institutional repository resources for everyone. And this is all for our member institutions. So centralized portal wherein all the institutions can upload their content. They're going to have two interfaces. One is, to see your own institutional repository, and the other interface will be to see the repository of all the institutions. So this is, I have immense pleasure in welcoming both Mr. Deepak Garg as well as Mr. Ronak. And so what we are going to do is, I would just like to brief you just in 5 minutes time. I'm not going to take much because we would like to show you online the portal which has been made. I would also like to mention that the entire backend has been made, but yes, in the front end, the UI, the user interface that you're going to see in a short while from Mr. Ronak, that we are in the process of, we have to bring in. That's a kind of a default setting that we are going to show you, but the backend, everything has been done, and we would be, we have tried our best to bring in some of the very robust features in that, and we are still working on it, as I said. And so I would just like to brief you that what this portal is all going to do. It is meant for creation of this online centralized digital repository for the member institutions, wherein the digital content, and if you can notice, we have also mentioned very clearly on which institutions holds a copyright. We have seen it in our previous presentations by our distinguished speakers. So you need to be the one, who the institution should hold a copyright. And once you hold a copyright, even once you upload that content, so you are going to give us an undertaking on that yes, institution holds a copyright on that. And it's a very sensitive issue. We must really take care of that on this copyright aspect. So you cannot bring in the content on which your institution doesn't have a copyright. You hold a copyright, whether it's your annual reports, your question papers, your own thesis and dissertations, for that matter, your photographs, that's an institutional memory of your organization, you can very well can do. And so it will allow you, you can do the bulk upload, you can do an individual upload, there will be different categories, it's entirely a multilingual content. You also are going to have a translation features and also text to speech, many of the features that we have tried integrating in this. And also the most importantly is this multilingual, the multilingual, it's fully multilingual compliant, Unicode compliance is very much in place, even for searching a document, which always remains a very challenging thing, in any of the online systems, especially in the discovery system. So this is being made in a very state-of-the-art manner, in which we're just going to show you. I don't want to say much because seeing is believing. You would be able to see the things, and that will be more convincing. But yes, definitely would like to mention that there will be two interfaces, as I said earlier. One is an institutional interface. So you are uploading the content only once on the DELNET server, but you are going to have two interfaces. So one is to see your own institution repository. You may have to tell it to your accreditation bodies that you have got an IR, so you can show that. And yes, the other interface is a network interface. That's a DELNET's network interface of all the libraries. You want to see what is available in the IRs on that particular subjects or keywords. You can always make a search. So you have got a document upload facility. You can have a bulk upload. So there will be the the metadata, the files that will be given to you, the CSV files. You can upload the content automatically, or it can also be the individual document upload. And yes, the much faster thing would be that you do a bulk upload. So we are giving you, it's like we give you an input sheet, and then you just create that, and then you upload, the entire content. Copyright declaration statement, as I said, yes, you need to, agree that yes, it's you hold the copyright on that particular thing, resource. Whatever resource that you are trying to do. Metadata-based indexing and storage, you have got a various document categories like books, theses, reports, conference papers, question papers, manuscripts, photographs, videos, journals, rare books, course learning material, and others that you can upload on this portal. The metadata indexing, it's all a doubling core metadata elements which are being used for creating your entire metadata. So we are going to give you sheets, and it's not only in English, as I said earlier, in all the multilingual languages, even you have a content, you will be able to do. Search functionality, you can do a metadata search. It can be a free text search, even an OCR search is there. So the PDF are fully, searchable. So even a content being available in a PDF, it's not in the metadata, but it's in the PDF, in the full text document, you can very well be able to do. Even the advanced searches are being there. Document viewer and support for multiple file formats. We also have got for data preservation standards, there is a PDF/A, which is an ISO standard, in order to ensure that the long-term preservation of the, the page, the content that you are creating, so that it should not happen that, as, the time passes by, that particular format gets obsolete. No. So we have taken care of that, safeguarding the data preservation standards, and various support. Multiple file formats can be there. Multilingual support is very much there in any of the vernacular languages. So a user can make a search herein. For example, you can see here, you write Rabindranath, and then automatically in various languages, that particular word will appear, and you can make a search. Multi-level review approval processes there. Document versioning also, one of our speaker has mentioned about it. Document versioning is again very, very important. So one particular document available in 5 libraries. So once you see the network version, you will have a document versioning, and it will keep on seeing, the latest versioning and also the better legible copy. someone has done, a kind of, they have created a digital document, but it doesn't qualify to that level, so there will be a versioning of the document which will tell you that which one is the most preferred one to do. Also, support for visually impaired users. So we are bringing in, the certain guidelines which are being in place, and also using the technologies like text to speech, for example. One can use that, and we have integrated, those features over here, so that it remains, for our visually impaired users, they should also be able to do. Text to speech one can do, password management and other things, access control and authorization. So we are going to give a login and password for data upload. So that would be for our librarians to take care of that. And then for the data, that is a portal accessibility, is just like the way that you are doing for DELNET. Automatically it will be available and your users will be able to access. There would not be any separate kind of a login password. It will be an automatic authentication done. But for data upload, definitely we are going to give you a login and password, so that only authentic officials only will be able to upload that content. So system action reports and analytics, you'll be able to get the entire audit log, which kind of data you have uploaded, institution-wise data upload report, how many uploads you have done, in which category you have done, what was the last upload. So it will be all the analytics will be there, backup and restore facility, will be there, security, encryption. So that all, these files which will be available. So this will be, they are encrypted. They will be encrypted. The entire data will be encrypted, and it will be decrypted. When you are going to do. Also, we are going to have dynamic watermarking. So the watermarking will be there, wherein the watermark of DELNET and the particular institution who has contributed that particular record content in the IR. So both the institutions, logos will be available in each of the document. That is to give a due credit to the institution which has uploaded that content. So that's also being there. These are some of the security things, SSL and all, the users training that we are going to do, and also a training manual. So now it's a pleasure for me now to request Mr. Ronak. Ronak, firstly would like to extend the welcome to you, and I'm giving you a control. I'm giving you a control and requesting you, if you may just kindly share the screen.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're very much audible, Ronak. Pleasure.
Sure. Just kindly let me know when the screen is visible to all of you.
Yeah, it is visible. It is visible now. Yes, Ronak. Yes. It's over to you. Pleasure. So as I told you earlier, our user interface, that is the front end that you are saying you are going to see, that we are going to work on it. It's not the one that you're finally going to see. So we are going to work now on the user interface. That's a look and feel, but the real one is the back end. So the back end, we have been concentrating more on that. And now is the time for us for doing. And especially in a request to those of our attendees who are from our member institutions, if we are really wanting to test it out, that is by contributing your records to this repository, because now we have reached to a state wherein we really want the institutions to come forward. Just 8 or 10 institutions we are looking for, so we can have a further deliberation on this. But right now it's a pleasure for me now to request Ronak to kindly show you, give you an insight and glimpses of this new portal. It's over to you, Ronak.
Of course. Thank you so much, ma'am, and good afternoon, everybody. Just an initial discussion about this. So, of course, this is a portal meant for accessibility and reachability to the contents and the documents. Now, logging in, of course, there are 2 ways you can log in. One is the administrator, the network administrator for the entire repository, and the second one is the individual user members, right? So initially, to show you the entire feature set of the functionalities that we have developed here with you, so I would log in as the administrator. So again, allow me to describe this to you one at a time. So what you see in front of you right now is a dashboard that an administrator would see, and each part of that dashboard is divided into 3 categories. So left side, the middle, and the right hand side. So the left hand side is basically your your navigation panel, and sorry, and the menus from which where you can do management. So of course, this being a repository and repository for content, so the key play being indexing and retrieval of contents. So of course, we have added metadatas that are totally in compliant with the Dublin core schema. We have followed the Dublin core schema and added the relevant and appropriate metadatas. Similarly, to not provide any kind of login or any kind of restriction, the appropriate authorized users can go to the system and they can themselves add various more metadatas, categories, languages, etc. And I'll be showing this to you just later. Similarly, talking about the center part, you have your dashboard. You see the DELNET version of the repository, a provision to upload an item, provision to generate the statistics report. On the end, on the right hand side, you may see analytics and statistics on the different counts of document that are in each item categories and the various languages. Now, talking about accessibility and reachability being the one of the key aspects of this portal. So, of course, we need to make sure that it is accessible to as much as users as possible. So, for that, we have made it compliant with the Unicode standard. UTF-8 encoding format is supported. Similarly, for searching and retrieval, we have added state-of-the-art APIs to enable you to enter in different languages and translating it in runtime. Similarly, for you to allow for navigation in the website in different languages, we have used Google APIs to allow as much as languages as possible. So I believe, let's take an example of Hindi. So now this entire portal has been, translated and rendered in Hindi. So when I speak of this portal, I mean this entire portal. So whatever page you would open, it would, it would open in that language only. So if I open this search, so it takes a couple of seconds, and here also it renders in Hindi. Similarly, if it is not needed right now, you can close this translation and again change the languages also. So this is one point of being making it more accessible. The second point now showing about accessibility is a transliteration. So transliteration is a natural language processing algorithm, that allows for dynamic and runtime conversion of context and parameters into a different language. So I can type in English, but if my target language I choose over here as Hindi, and you can see these are the parameters that one needs to fill as per the as per the Dublin core schema to make sure that their content is indexed appropriately. So talking about title, so if I write a title such as DELNET, so you can see partial writing. It also gives me suggestion in the Hindi language, and whatever I like, I can choose from that. Similarly, if I write December, it will give me predictive results and suggest me the best one as the top few. And this would, of course, we plan on increasing this language and vocabulary limit to as much language as possible. Similar, and again, if I choose a different language, so those of you who can recognize this would recognize this means as December. Coming to the second most important part is, of course, once you have uploaded any item, you have indexed it, you have stored it securely using encryption. User details are encrypted in MD5 formats. The password are encrypted. The contents are encrypted bitwise using AES 256-bit encryption. Now, now the key factor is a retrieval of those contents instantaneously. So here we have used a Lucene based engine called Solar, which is responsible for retrieving millions of files within milliseconds. So of course, here also, apologies, here also you have option to enter your keywords in different languages. For example, if I search in Hindi and if I type DELNET and I click on search, So as you can see that we have an entry in front of you where the contents are, encoded in the Hindi language. Again, we can open this content, we can view in details about this content also. Now let's take a look at the entire repository, whatever contents we have. So again, this is a very small content, and that is why we would invite as much as possible to, submit your content and test it out. Similarly, different languages, different contents, talking about support for different file formats, audios, videos, PDF archival standards, Word files, presentations, Excel spreadsheets, images, TIFF, PNG, BMPs, etc. All are supported natively. You do not need any kind of external third-party utility to preview these files. These are all rendered in your browser. Similarly, if I go to open this particular file, you can see that this is a scanned image rendered as a PDF, and I can perform searches, I can navigate, I can move to different pages, and allow me to open a different item this time. So this is a .docx file. So those of us who are familiar, this is a Microsoft standard format for Word files. And again, if you see, this is rendered in a PDF so that it is cross-compatible across browsers. So now, since this is a multi-page PDF, you can see thumbnails for each PDF is rendered. We can search for content inside the PDF. We can highlight all the matching instances and jump to wherever this instance of this particular keyword is being occurred. Zoom, of course, fit to page, full screen, and many other properties is also there. Similarly, it is also capable of rendering audio, video, etc. And of course, talking about the search module in itself. So this is a simple metadata based search, but to those who want advanced based search, that is of course possible. You have your various metadata parameters. You can use Boolean fields and or to stack them together. So you can add multiple parameters together, stack up your query, make a selective filter, apply it, and then in terms of a relatively huge volume of content, then and there only you will get your selective results. So using whatever parameters you have filled. Similarly, you can there is SERP based navigation, so you can change the number of results per page, sort by the metadatas, and order. Since we are an administrator, therefore we have the capability to select, delete, download, etc. Now let's talk a little bit about the properties of an item. So of course you can view the original version, you can download the PDF version to make sure that the file would be appropriate for sharing further. Versioning is of course there. The by default version for one is the one that was the uploaded initially, but different versions would be shown, and depending upon the QC, the best version would be shown to you. Delete is there. From here you can upload a new version of the same document. So now if we download a PDF version, this will now I would like to show you the part of runtime watermarking. So you can see that it has generated .docx into a .pdf file. Similarly, I'll use another file which is natively in PDF to show you how a watermark works. So I hope this logo is visible to you, and as per the action taken, ideally it would since we are using from a DELNET perspective, that is why we only have the DELNET logo. But from an institute perspective, of course, we would have two logos: the DELNET logo, and of course the institute's logo, to show appreciation for contribution. And of course, you have the name of the user who has downloaded this, the date, timestamp, and the version. Now, coming to the part of course, now coming to the part of administration module. So you have the provision to add new institutes. We have created a CSV template that is ready-made. You just fill it up, add your values to an institute, upload it so that you can add multiple thousands of institutes in one go. So these are some of the institutes that we have already. Similarly, for item categories, you can add more item categories as you wish. There is no such restriction. You can add languages from here for to ensure support and coherency is maintained while uploading a content. You can manage your metadata here also. Now, this being the key part of any repository, so we can add a metadata, we can choose its type. So of course, in text, integer, or date, these being the three default field types, we can enter the value and submit. So from here on forward, whatever content you upload it would include the indexing of this metadata also. Now, coming to the part of user management, permission management, of course, that is of course all of this there. This being an administrative user, you have the permission to delete, create, edit the properties of any user. You also have the provision to bulk create users as you wish. Again, a similar concept is followed where you download a CSV template, you fill your user details, upload it, and those users get created appropriately. Talking about, just to show you very quickly, editing any selective users. So this is a user, and you can see that we can, this field would change as per the type of the user. So we need, we can change their access control types, password, email address, etc. Coming to reports, analytics, and logs. Of course, this is also here, so you can choose your date and time range and generate a log for whatever duration you want. Similarly, you have another kind of report called usage report. So this log has downloaded. So we can see that this is a very extensive log of various parameters. You have your date, your time range. This basically captures every action that have performed in the DMS. So the IP address in that action, the user ID, the institute, what was the action, and what was the item name on that action, on what it was performed upon. So for example, if I have uploaded an item, what was that item, right? Similarly, usage report captures the activities that are being performed for a specific institute. Again, this report includes date, time, IP address, the user ID who has performed this action, owned by, basically shows us who was the owner of that item content, uploaded by, what was the action, what was the metadata, what was the keyword search, what was the name of the item that was opened, and what category did that item belong to. So this being a very good example, we can see that this doc file, I believe we just opened it now, belongs to the item category of reports. We viewed that item, and this was the institute ID. This was the owner, and this was the user that did this. So similarly, there are different kinds of report, and all of these reports, can be downloaded in CSV if they need to be, imported in a different format, or they need to be further need processing of data or data churning to make it more insightful. So it is an open-ended format ready to be ingested in other platforms. Now, talking about the DELNET versions of this repository, now let's talk about the institution's version of this particular repository. So again, for this purpose, I would log out and log in as an institute user. So this is a user that I've created for a particular institute. So now we see that, of course, this user or this institute, of course, would not have the administrative capabilities to make metadatas, reports, user management, etc. So of course, they have the permission. Appropriately, if given the permission, they can upload from here also. This is just a view user, so they can search, view the contents. They search for any particular content. We can see that these are the contents, that they can see from the DELNET versions of the institute. But what if they only want to see the files that they have uploaded? So that provision is also here. So we can see that this institute has 2 files belonging to it, and they can, of course, view these files, perform activities, etc. And of course, reachability being the key point, as I discussed about. So this is enabled for all kinds of users, whoever logs into the desired portal. You can translate this language to whatever language you want. So for example, Marathi. This is now translated to Marathi. Now, combining this with one of the functionalities being transliteration. So now you can see that the drop downs have also changed. So this this translation layer sits on top of the transliteration layer to allow for a combination of language parameters to be entered. And of course, natively going into the future, we would be adding furthermore features to make it more accessible and more contributable to the various users. And I believe this that is all that I would like to show to you. Is there any queries that you would like to ask me?
Thank you so very much, Ronak, firstly, for giving insights, into this in progress work, that we are having it on the Desire portal. Truly appreciative of your time in showing around the various features which are available. And yes, there are a couple of, means we ourselves knows that we are working on this. One is this a text to speech feature that currently, would you like to say something about it, Ronak? Text to speech feature?
Of course, text to speech being one of the key factors for helping people easily navigate, or for narrating a PDF or narrating any kind of content without having to go through the pages. So of course, we have a very crude example right now. We have added support for a browser-based extension that would read this in front of you. But ideally, going into the future, what we would like is to natively integrate this feature into the portal. So there would be some kind of speaker-based icon. So whenever any kind of mechanism to trigger this text-to-speech, and from there onwards, it would narrate the contents or the PDF or navigation-based buttons.
Great. Thank you so much, Ronak. We are just making now the floor open for questions, and you're most welcome. If you have any question, you can put it in the chat box, or you want us to get connected with you on the audio, we'll be really glad to do so. So making the floor quickly open for questions if there are any questions for this session. And as I indicated earlier, if you belong to our member institution and you want to have a trial access, not even a trial access, we basically want some data to be uploaded. That is your own institutional repository that you want to, the data of, on which you hold a copyright, you want to upload it. Please kindly write. Ronak has shown you that how you have got the two interfaces. One is your own institutional repository and the other one is of DELNET. And you can upload. You have to upload the data only once, and automatically it will get into both the databases. It will get into your institutional repository as well as it will get into the DELNET institutional repository. So you're most welcome. You just drop us an email in case if you are wanting, to upload this content and you already have got content of any kind, in your institution in various categories, and then we're going to help you out in uploading that content in this beta version of our portal. So thank you very much once again, Mr. Ronak, for sparing time and being, showing around the various features of this. And as we indicated earlier, we have to work on the UIs. That's the work now, because from the back end, it has been made, but now we have to work on modifying, these UIs and giving it a kind of a look and feel to this entire portal. So if there are any questions, you can raise your digital hand or you can post it in the chat box. I believe there are no questions, being there. Thank you very much, Ronak, and this is, being a part of the DELNET team, this is a small memento for taking time, for deliberating on this. So this is for you.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks. Thank you. So it has been a pleasure to give you a glimpse about the DELNET new portal that we are working on. And as I said, we do pretty hope that in next 3 months time, maximum 3 months time, we should be able to launch this new portal and to make it functional for our member institutions. If there are any questions, we just request you, please do kindly let us know. But it seems that because we are able to see, yes, we have Mr. KP Sivakumar who may like to ask something. Mr. KP Sivakumar, I have unmuted you. You have raised your digital hand. Could you please unmute yourself? Mr. KP Sivakumar, could you please unmute yourself? Yes, we are connected, Mr. Sivakumar. Extremely sorry, Mr. Sivakumar, more of a background noise. This is for you, Mr. Sivakumar. We are not able to hear you. I'm now requesting you. I think I have to unmute you from here, and we are not able to now see you right now. Just Mr. Sivakumar, no, I think you are not able to do, and there is some technical issue, happening at your end. Any question, would you like to ask any question in the chat box, or because now we are at the conclusion of this DELNET's program, to pay our homage to Dr. Kaul, because we have to do now the poetry program at 6 o'clock, which we are going to do. Firstly, let me just send it to you, the invite copy yet again. If you want to attend the poetry program, which is going to happen at 6 o'clock, Voices from the Homeland, and we're going to have a galaxy of very eminent poets who are going to read their poems, and also we are going to have Dr. Kaul's own poems. Also, we are going to play that this evening. So we have once again sent it across to you, the link for registration. You are most welcome to register, and we'll be more than happy to have you in the evening at 6 o'clock. We have Mr. Kiran Kumar who is wanting to say something. If you want to say anything about the day-long program, you're most welcome. We'll be more than happy to hear about it. This is for Kiran Kumar. Mr. Kiran Kumar, could you please unmute yourself? You have raised your digital hand. This is for you, Kiran Kumar. Could you please unmute yourself? No, you're not able to do. We have Dr. Anuradha Seth from Government College of Education, a wonderful professional colleague, and it's a pleasure to unmute you, Dr. Anuradha. Yes, we are connected.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, very good evening.
Very
to
good
all of you,
evening,
ma'am.
Anuradha.
Yes, ma'am, I had a doubt. I had just posted in your WhatsApp also. Actually, I had some of the soft copies of the dissertations of the MEd students with me. And I have already hosted all those on my college library webpage. But I want to share it with now the Gainer portal. How is it possible, ma'am? How is it possible to do
On
so?
the design
Can I
portal,
share,
yes.
ma'am?
Firstly, just tell me what, yeah,
On the desire portal, ma'am. I want to share
I say,
all those.
Anuradha, there
I
are,
want to,
as we have,
yeah,
yeah, sorry for interrupting. Sorry for interrupting. I had responded back to you also on the WhatsApp. I said, what do you, how DELNET can help you out? Because I was not able to make out, in which context did you send those.
ma'am.
Firstly, we have to be very, very much sure that your college has got copyright on this. They have a copyright
Okay.
holder.
Ma'am,
No,
can I take the declaration from the coordinator and then I
yes.
can mail all the soft copies to you, ma'am?
Yeah, not mail. We are going to UB.
Yeah.
You send us across an email that you may like to be a contributor for this beta version. And beta
Okay,
version
ma'am.
means even once you upload in the final version also we are going to do. Because once you
Okay.
upload this content, our system is also going to ask you to, have this undertaking saying that, yes, we hereby undertake. There's a full-fledged copyright declaration, but you should
Okay, ma'am.
also have we are going to
Okay, ma'am.
also have our policies, a kind of a document, a small information that we are going to send across to all our member institutions that once they are uploading this data, what all they should also possess, at their end. That is to
Okay,
have a
ma'am.
clearance. Unless and until
Okay,
it's
ma'am.
because once you certify to DELNET, you should also be the one who should have the documentary proof that you are the original copyright holder on that. Because the content
Okay,
is being
ma'am.
hosted on DELNET, you're going to be the user of that, so it has to be very, very clear. So
Okay, ma'am.
you can very well, like your IQAC cell and others, they can very well can take an undertaking, and that's how it's happening in the IRs. That
Okay,
the
ma'am.
original contributor has to give, and the libraries are giving a unique IR number to that respective contributor in the respective institution. So DELNET is
Okay,
going
ma'am.
to give you some guidelines to all our institutions for this, that these
Okay.
are the things that you must be doing at your end. And this is also
Okay.
to create an environment, an ecosystem, as we have deliberated also in the sessions, the institutional policies has to be in place. And DELNET is definitely going to help the institutions in giving you some of the key points that you must have it, on which you must do some kind of a deliberations internally at your institutional level and contribute.
Fine,
So
ma'am. Fine, ma'am. Fine, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, recently we had an inspection of the NCTE, and they asked me whether you are having any software for the plagiarism and the D space. They talked about the D space. Then I told them that very soon we are onto it and we are taking the initiative, and this will be the best practice. And I'll ask my rather respect my principal ma'am to email you, and all the formalities will be completing, and then we'll let you know, ma'am.
Perfectly fine, Dr. Anuradha. We will be really happy. We always appreciate the most proactive, not only the cooperation, but also the most proactive kind of a participation in all the initiatives. And we appreciate that. So you can straight away just drop us an email saying that you may like to, participate in this, our Desire portal by contributing your own Desire portal. And we will be happy to give you that and login password. And we'll also, give you an educate training that how you need to, upload your content. So we'll take care of it.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moreover, I am very soon going to make use of the Vision portal too. I have requested my computer teacher to provide me the videos so that I can send it, and I'll be mailing to request what all formalities we require to upload all those videos, ma'am.
Surely, Anuradha, and we are also going to write just immediately. We have been just engrossed with Maclean and these programs. So now we are also going to write to our institutions once again, approaching them, requesting them, even for Vision portal to upload. Institutions are coming forward, and we'll be happy. We'll be
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That will be fine. Now, if your end on your end you mail to the principal so that they also come to
Sure.
know about all the facilities that you are extending, ma'am.
Exactly. What you have said is what we are going to do, Anuradha. Already the letter
Thank
is
you.
ready. Maybe another 1
Thank you,
week
ma'am.
time. We just want to send it in the first week of January to wish everyone a new year with the new
Thank you
initiatives,
so much, ma'am.
in place at DELNET.
Thank you,
So,
ma'am.
and
Thank you.
we are going to write to the heads of the institutions, marking a copy to our own
Definitely, ma'am.
library colleagues, so that it
Definitely,
becomes
ma'am.
much easier for the professional colleagues, to get the things going. Yes. Thank you.
Definitely, ma'am. Ma'am, and moreover, I will be requesting the principal to forward your mail to the nodal office. We have nodal office in the science college, Prince of
Sure.
Wales College, so that through them it gets distributed to all the colleges of the Jammu division. So they
Perfect.
come to
Perfect.
know
That
about
is
your
great.
services, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed,
Thank you,
Dr.
ma'am.
Anuradha.
Thank you, ma'am. All the
Thank you.
best, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. It's always a pleasure interacting with our professional colleagues. So I'm just sifting through quickly to all our attendees to see if any other professional colleague may like to ask anything. As requested, you may just raise your digital hand and we are going to give you an audio control. Quickly going through the entire list, and I have crossed from A, have reached to M. Just request you to please bear with us for a little while. And as I requested earlier, if you want to participate in this Desire portal, especially in this beta version, because we really want some of the libraries to give us inputs, and to upload their content in the various categories it can be. So we'll be really happy because we are going to have a very specialized kind of some training sessions for them. So at least some 10 to 12 institutions we are wanting for this beta testing of this. We have Dr. Thangavel V, who may like to say something. Dr. Thangavel, we are connected.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, our institution is a research institute. We already uploaded all documents in DSpace. If you want to upload any copyright documentary evidence record for uploading in DELNET.
Yeah, that is for the IR. If you really want it, you have it on the DSpace, but it's like creating a digital repository. It's a digital repository of repositories. So once you bring in the content of all the institutions together, more and more institutions would come to know about your IR also. Because you have got on the DSpace, but it's not in the network version. It is not really. And if you have already created it, so getting that onto DELNET would not be really a big task then. But we would appreciate, if you do that, because other institutions would definitely be able to discover your content and to come to know about your institution. This is also, it leads to a great amount of visibility, to the respective institutions. And we see that, once you get connected with the network, once you upload your content, once your resources becomes available onto the network, so you have a very great reach and the visibility. So we would appreciate that, Dr. Thangavel. Can I know the name of your institution?
St. Francis Institute of Research and Management in Mumbai.
Yes, SFI. Yes.
FEMA.
Yes. Thank you very much, and we would like to be in touch with you and to see that we are able to have, and we appreciate the efforts that you have put in for creating your IR. And it would be a pleasure because once it's like contributing the records, so more and more will come to know about your institution, and the works also of your own will be, it will be more visible. So that's the real work, that what Library Network, has to engage in, and that's what we are into. So thank you very much. We appreciate your being there with us, and also to know that you have already done so. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Thangavel. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks. It's a pleasure to know, and this is what these deliberations, they always lead to. So better knowledge sharing, and also to come to know about the institutions who have already taken a lead, and I think all of us have to contribute, our efforts together, and the purpose remains the same. That is to serve our users. What they are searching for, they should be. While speaking to you, I'm also keeping scrolling down to see if there are any other attendee, or any other professional colleague who may like to say something. I'm just about to, it seems that have crossed, yes, it seems that we are through. It seems we are through. It has been a wonderful pleasure being there with each one of you and to deliberate on this occasion of Library Networking Day, paying our respectful homage to the great visionary and the missionary Dr. Kaul through this program. We remain much grateful to each one of you. We are much grateful to all our keynote speakers of today, including, would like to thank our own President, Shri K. Jayakumarji, for gracing this occasion and paying his tributes on behalf of DELNET. Also to Dr. J. Wajid Sahab for taking out time and being very, very kind and gracious in making it possible for us to have his recording, his reminiscences of Dr. Kaul. We also would like to thank Dr. Dilara Begum, for being there with us from all the way from Dhaka. She joined us and deliberated on libraries and the sustainable development goals. And I think all of us have many things that we can think about, implementing in our libraries and initiating, new kind of works in our library environments. We remain much thankful to Dr. B.B. Chand and Dr. K.P. Asenka, who have so wonderfully have deliberated on IRs, creating IRs, giving us a very holistic view of how what we need to do when we think about right from the planning, to the implementation. What are the challenges? One should not really get afraid of challenges. The more challenges you are going to find, get your way, that is going to really, that's an early steps for getting into the success story. So we should always accept those challenges and move ahead, go ahead, and once you look back, that they become your strength. So always we should all gear up, have our skill sets, new skill sets, upscaling ourselves, and be all ready to, all set to embrace those challenges and turning those challenges into opportunities. I think that's what we as a library and information science professionals really need to do. So it has truly been great to get the two expert views from two of the very distinguished speakers who have already demonstrated and have been working. Very happy to also hear, and there'll be many more, like Dr. Thangavel from St. Francis Institute, Mumbai, he said that yes, they have already done. But yes, we have to, as I said earlier, we have to work collaboratively in a very, very well coordinated, cohesive manner to help each other. Someone has done, we should do a hand holding with someone else. Then we had also shown it to you that how DELNET is making an attempt, because we have been fully knowing about this fact, that institutions, and especially our own library colleagues, whatever hard they are wanting, it has been a desire, it has been a well thought acronym that has been our desire to introduce that desire portal, because that has been our desire to help out our own professional community, our own institutions, who are the members of DELNET, in helping out in creating this digital repository. So as you could see that, the acronym of digital, exclusive, and selective information resources. So that's how the acronym of desire. So it's a DELNET's desire that all institutions, should be able to really create their own IRs, whether they do it using the DELNET platform or anything else. But the main, agenda remains that they should be able to become, capable enough in doing that. So it's like creating a centralized repository for everyone. And we have shown. I would also like to thank Mr. Ronak, for giving us a, insight into the portal. And as we requested, those of you who are from the members and you would like to participate and you have not so far done any of the IR initiative, and you already have got a digital content with you, we will be really happy that, to do this. This is a question I could see that while speaking to you from Dhiru Barman, who says, Madam, we have uploaded question papers, college magazines, and project reports submitted by students in DSpace, but it is available in LAN only. Can we be part of Desire Portal? Yes, Mr. Dhiru Barman, you can very well be a part of the Desire Portal, because this content, what you have done already, you are using it in the DSpace, so it will be very much easier for us to make that. And as you said, it's only on the local LAN you have. You don't have it available on internet. So it will have, this what we have been talking about, in the SDG goals, so providing an access to information. And this access, when we say, so it has to be seamless, 24/7, a timeless access. So once you put it on the Desire portal 24/7, whether it's your institutions, faculty or students, or anyone coming from any of those 7,800 institutions, they will be able to do. You can very well be a part. We are going to write, as I said earlier, we are sending across a communication to heads of our member institutions with a copy to our librarians, so that institutional heads, they really make it sure that whatsoever permissions that they have to give to our colleagues in the libraries, they should be able to do that. So we will be really happy. And if Mr. Berman, you are from our member institution, it seems so that you are from our member institution. I'm extremely sorry, I'm not able to place which institution you are from. I maybe perhaps from Assam or from West Bengal. You are most welcome to be a part of our Desire portal. We'll be more than happy, to do that, and many other institutions who are there on this platform today. You're most welcome to approach us, and we are going to also write to our institution, because we have to do a beta testing of this, what we have shown it to you just a while ago of Desire portal, before we finally launch this portal, because we are still working on some of the features and user interface. Definitely what you see this as a as the screens layouts and all that we are going to really work on it, because we have been concentrating on the last few months on creating these features and the backends and everything, and the UI can just be created. Yes, from BBEC, from Kokrajhar, Assam. Yes, this is what I have been trying to figure out, that you perhaps are from. Thank you so much, Mr. Viru Burman. It has been a pleasure that you have asked this question, and we'll be more than happy to have BBEC records onto the Desire portal and making it available. It's like a global access to the resources, and this will again give you a lot much of visibility to the resources. Also, the Vision portal, the majority of the institutions are aware, we have launched a very state-of-the-art Vision portal, video sites online. And it's getting very popular, wherein our institutions are coming forward. They are taking very special initiatives, getting the video recordings done of their own faculty members, and then they are sending it across to us, and we are merging them. So we will be very happy to do that. This is from Tahir Ahmed Bhatt from Kashmir, who says, can we get PPTs of today's webinar? Tahir, I just would like to mention that the video recordings are there. PPTs as a protocol now, they are generally largely not being sent across or shared across, but we have going to have the entire deliberations now, and this entire deliberation again of today will be uploaded on the DELNET's YouTube channel. Requesting each of you, please do kindly subscribe, so that as and when we upload a YouTube, the video recording, it immediately you are being notified about it. So definitely you can view it again, and we'll be really happy. Again, to remind each one of you, today evening 6 o'clock, if you are interested in poetry, please do kindly join us at 6 o'clock. Yet another reminder, we are going to remind you, and we are going to invite you for that on 29th of November. From 3 to 4 o'clock, we are going to have a session by Dr. P.R. Goswamiji. Those of you who have been there with us in NACLIN 2022, if you may recollect, we had to miss out one of his presentation. Reason was he was down with a very severe sore throat. And so that session, we are going to have it, on 29th of December. And that's a monthly webinar series program that every month in the last few days of the month we are doing it. So 29th of November, 3 to 4 o'clock, we are going to have a very wonderful session by Dr. Goswami, who will be speaking on upskilling and reskilling. So we will be, saying a goodbye to the year, taking the pledge that yes, all of us have to upskill and reskill our own selves, and we would never be shy away in, to learn, unlearn, and relearn, and we would be doing that, and we'll be starting the new year, with a very strong determination and commitment that we will, keep the, our resolve to start not only the year but the years to come, to work collectively together, and to ensure that we become that change agent. We should always think about that we become future ready, we become becoming change ready. That's what is the need of the hour. And the more we get sensitized, the more we become more sensitive and sensible enough to what is happening around, and then we must react. We must react in a very, in a very diligent and in a very dedicated manner. We all must feel inspired by the great visionary and a karma yogi, Dr. H.K. Kaul. We have seen it. You are seeing it here. Who really had dared to dream about DELNET, to dream about, right from a thought, he started off, just a thought. He just had desired that, yes, there should be, he envisioned about it. And that's how, we all must feel greatly inspired by a person like of his stature, and not just simply being a librarian. He had too many, prolific, outstanding achievements, that he did, and being associated more as a scholar, writing, and whether he was a poet, as a librarian. So I think this is a message that we should, all of us should take this message, that we have to be very multifarious in our approach. We need to work, because we work in the knowledge domains. We should always try to have a very global vision, and then try to do, locally what best needs to be done. I think we all, pay our very humble, respects to Dr. Kaul on his 81st birth anniversary, and we greatly, value the participation of each one of you for being there. We feel much humbled with the kind of, cooperation and everlasting, outstanding, splendid, stupendous support that you always extend. We find it always highly indebted and obliged for that. So with this, we are towards the closure of this program, and we really look forward to seeing many of you back at 6 o'clock for our Poetry Society's program at 6 o'clock, poetry reading, which will get over by 7 o'clock. And definitely, we would like to really see you back on 29th of December at 3 o'clock, for which we are going to send across an invite. Let me just share with you. We do hope, yes, it is around to be 5 o'clock. By 6 o'clock, you should be able to receive the certificates of participation. We had fairly around 600 professional colleagues who joined us today, 650 or so. We do hope, not like NACLIN, because we had 2,200. Those of you who have been onto NACLIN and you are also back here today, would like to tell you that 25th NACLIN has been the most memorable because of the, the wonderful deliberations, and also, the landmark, has been 2,200 professionals who had attended the 3 days deliberations, which led even the system thereof GoToWebinar in US. They took much time, in sending across the certificates, which came yesterday night at 9 o'clock. It all happened because of a huge, large scale. So their systems, we have been following it up, and it happened. So, but today we foresee that you should be able to get, say, around 700 of our professional colleagues. So by 6 o'clock, you should be able to get, and we would appreciate your patience in receiving that. We really look forward to having yet another opportunity, and we have celebrated, to the core, the Library Networking Day, celebrating, the 81st birth anniversary of our founder, the great, visionary, and the great karma yogi. It's no words can express, the kind of an enormous work. And we will keep on celebrating, because his life was full of, he has gifted, to the world, the entire, this library network, and a self-reliant, making it also self-sustainable and self-reliant. So we pay our very, very humble, homage to him and respects, to him on this occasion. With this, we close our today's DELNET program, and we remain much grateful to you for your very, very gracious presence with us today. We really look forward. We always look forward to having interactions with you, and we really look forward to having an opportunity to see you back again on 29th of December at 3 o'clock, and definitely we are going to send across an invite. Also, would like to quickly mention, whenever you receive an invite from DELNET, please kindly, you are our very own, dear colleague, so you are most welcome to forward that to all those in your circle. So that's a real work of a network, net-like structure which works as a network. So you are, a very integral and important part of that network. Please help out to reach those which are not still being connected with us, and just introduce us, to them, And we would really feel obliged that if you can forward those invites to those who are also in your professional groups. So with this, we close today's program. And once again, on behalf of DELNET, would like to express a very sincere, warm gratitude to each one of you for making this day a very memorable one, with your very, very kind presence with us. Thank you very much, one and all. Stay happy, stay blessed, do stay connected. And we really look forward to having yet another opportunity to seeing you back again. Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks.